Noticed.
Welcome everyone to this first meeting in our new headquarters. It's going to be pretty exciting, and maybe not everything will go precisely according to plan, so it will be my fault if it doesn't, so I apologise in advance.
Own it.
We will start the meeting with a reflection from Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, everyone. Today I'd like to begin with a karakia, and it's the karakia that Ufoko Edward Allison suggested would be a good one for our council. When we begin with karakia, it is aiming to unite people, the participants coming together, focusing their minds, setting a good tone for a productive meeting, and marking the transition from everyday lives to the setting that we'll be in for the meeting. I think that's really important when we come together from right around the region. So I will begin. Tue ki runga, tue ki raro, tue ki waho, tue ki roto, tue ki te here tangara, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, haumie, huie, tai ki e. And this karakia in English is unite above, unite below, unite without, unite within, unite as one. Listen to the night, listen to the world of light. Now we come together as one. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed on ORC's YouTube channel. There are no apologies today, although we may find Councillor Robertson needs to leave early depending on when we finish. And Councillor Laws for lateness, since now that we can see people, we're not seeing him. No.
Move.
Begin.
Oh, right. All those in favour?
Aye.
On the contrary, carried. Right. We'll move on to our public forum, and we will start with Pierre Marasti from Extinction Rebellion. With our public forum today, we won't have a chance to have any questions after each public forum. The floor is yours, Pierre.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa. Since the last meeting we attended in February, a new oil war broke out in the Middle East, causing the most serious energy crisis in decades. The silver lining of this crisis is that countries across the globe are now scrambling to improve their energy security through an accelerated adoption of renewable electricity and electrification. Over the years, we have mentioned many times how the ORC would benefit financially by electrifying its operations. We hope, for ratepayers' sake, that you are working on it. But it isn't the current energy crisis that should worry you, but what is just around the corner. The British Joint Intelligence Committee, the MI5, the MI6, the GCHQ, and the Ministry of Defense. So I assume they are not just a bunch of tree-hugging hippies. They told the British government in no uncertain terms to expect global food shortages from the 2030s onwards. They reminded them that the world is already experiencing impacts from the climate and ecological crisis, such as crop failures, intensified natural disasters, and infectious diseases outbreaks. But more importantly, they stress that threats will increase with degradation and intensify with collapse of ecosystems. This leading to geopolitical instability, economic insecurity, conflict, migration, and increased interstate competition for resources. Hearing that, maybe you just think that everybody in the British Army has gone woke. So let's look at our neighbors across the Tasman Sea. In Australia, The Australian Security Leaders Climate Group, a group composed of ex-high-ranking military personnel, such as the former chief of the Defence Force, and even a former chair of the Australian Coal Association, lobbied the Australian government for them to do a national climate risk assessment, which the government did, but decided that it was too sensitive to release. Senators who have seen the report call it terrifying and are lobbying for its public release. Even in the US, before they elected a madman as their president, the National Intelligence Council produced a report titled Climate Change and International Responses Increasing Challenges to US National Security through 2040. This one is public and confirms that the intelligence community expects food shortages from the 2030s onwards, amongst other threats. To make matters worse, a super El Niño event is brewing as we speak and should start affecting us later this year. An El Niño event is the warm phase of the ENSO global weather pattern, and a super El Niño will increase global temperatures as well as create changes in global weather patterns, causing record droughts and record floods. This event, in combination with the current fossil fuel-driven crisis that is already affecting fertilizers costs, will drive food prices up to new records and might potentially also create some significant food shortages even faster than expected by these intelligence reports. When environmentalists, scientists, and the military all agree on something, it might be time to take it seriously and to start acting on it. Currently, if the ORC has a climate strategy, there are no tangible plans in it to reduce our emissions, which is a condition to improve our chances to cope with these announced disasters. We need the ORC to lead tangible programs to decarbonize our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Next, we have Tom Scott, Public Health Policy Advisor, Te Whātua Ora. I presume you're saying by that you are speaking on behalf of Te Whātua Ora? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Tēnā koutou I tēnei ahi councillors. Ko Tom Scott aho. I'm with the National Public Health Service, which is part of Te Whātua Ora. With me I have Dr. Michael Butchart, he's the Medical Officer of Health, and Dr. William Zhang. He's a house surgeon on placement with the National Public Health Service. The greatest influence on people's health is not from the health system, it is from the wider societal determinants of health, such as air quality, income, housing, education and employment. Through their work and policies, councils can prevent harm and promote and protect health through their work and policy settings. The National Public Health Service encourages council to continue to apply a health lens to decision making. Regarding agenda item 10.6, air quality improvement initiatives, there is an opportunity to improve the health of the population through reducing air pollution, improving the living conditions of residents and not impacting residents' income in achieving this. We've worked collaboratively with your team on air quality in the past, and we understand what brought about the need to have this paper presented. Air pollution includes fine particulate matter, PM2.5, and nitrogen dioxide. It's not really the subject of what we're talking about here. Health impacts include premature deaths, hospitalizations, asthma, and restricted activity days, as well as the social costs from illness and deaths. Nationally, air pollution from domestic fires result in social costs of about 4.6 billion, and that was back in 2016. Otago-specific research from 2022 reported that a 10 microgram increase in PM10 concentration was associated with an 8% increase in the odds ratio of a GP visit for acute respiratory illness for women and girls, and a 20% increase in the odds of a GP visit for Māori. We support option 1B because the replacement of solid fuel burners will improve air quality, which will improve health outcomes. Further, option 1B targets support low income areas, which will mitigate the risk of increasing income and health inequities. Any subsidised clean heat programs are not as effective if they're not combined with insulation. Owner-occupied homes in Milton are eligible for ECA insulation subsidies, while communities in Central Lakes do not unless they have a community services card. That's the conclusion of the air quality, but I've just got one comment in terms of item 10.7. So given the current geopolitical situation, we're also supportive of item 10.7 in that you seek to make active and public transport easier to access. We're confident your staff are well versed in making the healthy choice, the easy choice in the context of this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure it's a comfort to councillors to know that you're in helping inform our staff and being alongside them with whatever they're doing in that regard. And it's interesting that you've brought up also the public transport area, as we now face possibly $4 million extra in fuel to run our public transport system. Thank you. Welcome, Emily Cambridge from Dunedin Tracks and Trails, and
Paul Coffey, Chair of the Dunedin Tracks and Trails. Thank you very much for your time. We've got three purposes today. One is to say thanks, two is to update you, and then of course there's a request. It's always going to be a request from someone. So thanks, you have given us $50,000 this current financial year, which has been used to pay for insurance, ensure that we can work with Kiwi Rail on several of our tracks, and increase our vision, which is to link Dunedin to all the great rides, and is to provide this map here on the regional trails, is what we would like you to update your active transport plan to, basically. Because our vision now is not just to go to Wakawaiti, it's actually go all the way to Oamaru. So we've talked to Oamaru, Waitaki Council, we've talked to the DCC, we're talking to you, and next week, I think it is, we're going to be talking to the Clutha Council, and that's where our request will come when we're ready to tell you what that basically is. Okay, we're not just doing the Talk Fest, we have actually opened a section of track which is 4.6 kilometres from Waitati up to the end of Mopanui Road, and currently we're getting about 90 people a day on average using that, which will obviously be local dog walkers, but bikers, runners, the works. And that track will now link down to two other different ways of getting up and down that hill. So that's will increase the purposes when we actually start to publish those things. Out on the Taieri, we're working with your staff who've done a really good job with us. We have a resource consent application in with the DCC, and we are about to, I think it's called a bylaw change, but I think it's like a resource consent with you guys about using the top of the flood protection banks, and we're looking at that detailed design of our underpasses under your bridges and other areas. We have talked to everyone on site, so here's a list of who we are talking to and have talked to. So anyone that doesn't move for very long, we'll pester them.
One of the key things we wanted to talk about one of the key things we wanted to mention was about the multimodal network opportunities and the transport choice that we're advocating for on the trails. Right now we're investing in trails, but leaving people a bit stranded at the bus stop. We ask that you imagine a world where you can walk or ride to transport hubs and connect seamlessly with public transport. We're working to close the gaps in the regional active transport network, which will benefit our whole community, in particular commuters close in and around Dunedin City. We'd love to see a strengthen multimodal opportunities for travel to unlock transport choice for all. What does that look like? That's essentially reliable public transport services wider, particularly airport outer suburbs that enable people to take one trip each direction on public transport or cycling or walking, looking at appropriate and attractive facilities, particularly secure bike parking, high quality environments and ability to transport bucks.
So our next steps are, our next steps are to extend the Clutha Gold from Waihola through the airport through to Outram, through to Mosgiel, and we're working on that Mosgiel to Outram section right now in detail, but also not ignoring the other sections. And we're working on the coastal connection, so we're trying to link from Orokanu Eco Sanctuary through to Purukanu Road, drop down the hill to link up with the railway line into Port Chalmers, and go from Wakawai Iti through to Karatani. That's sort of work with Kiwi Rail there. So what we want you to do is we want you to endorse the concept. We're going to go to every single, the Tourism Infrastructure Fund, MB Regional Development Funds. We want to bring in money from outside the city into the city. So we want you to endorse our basic concepts and plans that we want to do. And we've been told to go big or go home. So we're going to go and ask them for serious money, into the 40 million, 50 million, so that we can actually get this thing completed. And we need endorsement to make it regional. We need endorsement from the regional council, obviously, Waitaki District, DCC, and Clutha. Yeah, there's no time. It's a bit hard, sorry.
Right.
And we've just left you at the end of the PowerPoint a snapshot from the recent evaluation report done by the New Zealand Cycle Trails to highlight some of the key great outcomes that are coming nationally.
We're not going through that. You can look at that in your own time. But it basically says putting in the new cycleways as an asset for any region that has them.
We have access to what you've said and the things behind it, have we? Lovely. Thank you for that. Exciting.
In your last meeting room, you did actually have a clock, and it was really handy. There's not one, I can't see one on there. So if you could do that again, it'd be wonderful. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you for the feedback, as they say. It's really helpful too as well. Right, that finishes our public forum for today. The agenda is confirmed as published. Don't need to apparently. Oh, thank you. Please remember, all members, of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between our role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests we may have. There are no presentations for this meeting. Moving on to the confirmation of minutes of the council meeting of 25th of March as a true and accurate record, I understand.
Happy to
Councillor
move,
Malcolm?
Chair.
Somebody like to second that? Seconded by Councillor Somerville. Any discussion? All those in favour?
Right.
Contrary? Carried. There is one action from the last meeting. For any updates from the CE, do you want to talk to that, Richard?
Thanks. Thanks, Hilary. So there was one action coming out of the previous meeting in Balclutha that has been action now. So the further breakdown data on the community survey has been circulated, and the updated report is now on council's website. This agenda was published before that action was taken. That is the update on that one. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So Chair and CE report. Would somebody like to move that we note this report? Do we do them one or do?
Can we ask
one or
questions?
both?
Questions
Yeah.
first. Just one at a time.
Yes. Any questions? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. In the context of, I'm just wondering how discussions with ministers and or government staff and ministries are going with either the government reform or how we work generally together, if there's been any progress on that, anything more that's in the report.
I have met last Friday with Mark Patterson and shared some observations from us to him. He advises that the proposal around the idea of having mayors preparing a looking after us, our activities instead of us creating a board of the mayors to do our job, is not currently a favoured option of the government. They appear to be moving back away from that. And also, I think, partly reading between the lines, away a wee bit from the idea of replacing us before the end of the term in any way. Next week, I think, we're off to see the Deputy Prime Minister, and who will happen to be in Queenstown at that time, and then we've got an appointment with Chris Bishop in Wellington when the next lot of LGNZ is happening in a couple of weeks, regional time. So that's where we are, and any time we get a chance of catching hold of anybody. I've also spoken to the mayors of 4 out of 5 of our local mayors about where they are and their processes, about what they're thinking about where things are going at the moment.
Another subsequent question, just noting the comments by Paul Coffey. He talked about applying for funding from Regional Development Fund or whatever it's called, it's something like that. That, at my understanding, requires the local councils through their mayoral forum to have agreed to that project being a priority. And I'm just wondering whether you will be raising that with your mayoral forum colleagues to see if it can be a priority, because my understanding is that, and maybe I've got that wrong, maybe it's changed, that unless there, and at the moment we have very few statements in Otago for that sort of investment, whether you will have a list of investment priorities for Otago sooner than later.
We haven't at the moment. What would we?
With respect to that, so the upcoming mayoral forum does have a paper talking through 5 priority areas for the mayors and chair. Within one of those priorities is regional economic development, and in a broader sense that would be, I would see the trails, albeit they have multiple purposes, fitting within that area of what is something that jointly our region may wish to promote, amongst other things. So there is some work to try and develop that, I guess, priority package from an Otago point of view, which is something that ministers and MPs previously have said Otago's lacking in terms of a single pitch from our region. So there is a paper coming to the upcoming mayoral forum to kick that work off through the Joint Economic Development Group.
If councillors would like to engage with seeing those mayoral forum areas and want to have their tuppence worth in, I'll attempt to pass on thoughts that councillors have if they have expressed them to me, to Kevin and I. No further questions?
Happy to move, happy to move the chair's report.
Seconder? Councillor Kelleher. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Chief Executive's report.
Thanks, sorry. So fairly standard report today, covers off progress with the annual plan, which will be discussed later, as our regular customer experience report, which just shows we are steady. Obviously, customer services have now relocated and reopened after a couple of days transitioning. So great to have them in the new space at Aonui as well, and have been reasonably busy from what I've seen every time I've popped out today. We've got an update on the efficiency review and the actions within that review, which we had promised to provide a further update on. So happy to take any questions on that. So, and then as we talked previously with finance and community outcome reporting coming out of this report, we are just including some general council business of note that councillors may have an interest in. So happy to take questions on that as well.
Councillor Malcolm.
You're quite a long way away, Chair. It's a new setting. Richard, just on paragraph 13, business improvement and efficiency review, we have the development of an integrated work planning framework aligned to resources planning, budgeting and the LTP. What do we do as governance or as a team to ensure that actually will be an action for the formation of our long-term plan?
So in terms of the role for governance there, it would be to ensure you ask that question as we work through the LTP so that we can demonstrate how that action has been developed through the LTP planning cycle to demonstrate that integrated planning. So we expect to deliver it as part of this LTP cycle. So you should be seeing it start to come through that work.
And just to follow up, and we now have a dedicated program management function. What have we done when shaping that position to ensure that we're not actually creating duplication throughout the organisation?
So the first thing is that it wasn't a permanent position. So we stood up a program office because we had a number of key IT projects running at the same time simultaneously. So based on that efficiency review action, we stood up a program management office with a fixed term resource to support that as a program manager. We've wound that down now because 3 of those 4 projects have been delivered. There's only 1 outstanding, which doesn't need program oversight. But we have all of the mechanisms in place to stand it back up again in the future if we have a suite of projects that we believe needs program oversight through that group. So all of that has been delivered and did provide all of the benefits that I think Morris & Lowe had envisaged through their report when they recommended it. The other thing that we're doing to close out that action is developing a suite of project management tools. So we have consistent project management right across council at the moment. Each team will deliver project management slightly differently depending on how they've done it previously and their preference within the area of the business, but we're going to standardise that across the business. So when we are reporting to executive or reporting to council, there's consistency in the way we report progress and budgets and can track projects, their life cycle of those projects. So it's been a good exercise, but yeah, no duplication. And also very deliberately, we didn't recruit permanent staff into those roles because we didn't feel there was a need for them in our business on a permanent basis.
Thank you. And if I may, Chair, one further question on the same paper under 14. It's here as value for money messaging, but I just wonder how as an organisation, are you confident as an organisation that we're actually testing that our services are providing value for money and we're delivering value for money?
Yeah, that's a hard question.
Yeah,
Depends on who you ask. Look, I'm confident with the efficiency definition, which was the key, I guess, one of the key actions, I think, from that efficiency review is actually understanding what we mean by that. And you know, making sure that if we ask all the right questions before we commit to a piece of work, we can be confident that piece of work is delivering that value for money piece. So that work that the organisational planning and performance team are doing to ensure that our teams through their business planning are answering the right questions and understanding the benefits we get from the work we're undertaking. I'm confident, but I also appreciate that there are different opinions on what value for money is. So I certainly don't sit here and speak for everybody and for everyone in the community.
Thank you. Happy to move that when ready.
Another question.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking at paragraph 16, which is about the remaining recommendations from the Te Korowai report. Now, my understanding is that there are a few recommendations there, which are highlighted in blue on pages 31 to 33, have not yet been considered by council whether to follow those through or not. Is that right?
That's correct. So at the time, we didn't take any decisions on which of those to begin work on.
Yeah.
If any.
Okay. And you said these will be revisited at council's direction. I guess it just seems to me that having gone to the trouble of getting that report done, and it's not to preempt whether we want to decide what to do about those recommendations, but we should at least make a decision. So would it be helpful to have an amendment directing to have a paper coming back around to make a decision on those remaining recommendations?
Look, I think that the council could always resolve to do it if there was an agreement around the table. I'm also just as happy to take that direction on board through the chair and deputy chair, and we can bring those back through council at the appropriate time. So leave it with you as to the mechanism. But you're right; those were identified at the time as decisions that council needs to make. We didn't take those decisions at the time, so they are still there and I guess outstanding, if you like. So yeah.
We'll do that.
Yep. Happy to move that report. And note Councillor Somerville's request that the chair and I will talk with the CE regarding that subject.
Thank you. Any other, somebody like to second that? Councillor Hollier. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Moving to 10.1 in our papers. Following the election of a new council, elected members signalled a desire to revisit and clarify council's priorities for the remainder of the triennium. This reflects both the establishment of a new governance perspective and the need to respond to a changing operating environment, including the potential for local government reform. This paper presents these priorities for consideration with a view to possible formal adoption. The background against which these are seen is that we held a workshop on 19th of March to explore and refine proposed priority actions for the remainder of the triennium. I intend to move these priority actions, in fact, the recommendations that are put in your agenda, with the addition of a recommendation concerning equality.
One staff comment. Just a note, apologies, page 61, action PTA 3 has an error. So there's a small sentence at the end of that action that is just deleted. So it doesn't fundamentally change it, but the implemented practical not before timetabling comes out. So it was just a typo in that final list.
Picked up by the eyes of Councillor Somerville. Do we want to put up the additional? So this is the priority actions you have in your agenda with the additional priority action up on your screen now. So that's what we're speaking to at the moment. As I say, I intend to move the ones in your papers plus this one at the end of this discussion. Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Look, I just note at this point that I do have two amendments. I would like to put. One is amending one of the existing actions there, GCEA2, which is about decision-making of mana whenua within council. And the other is to amend that proposed one around air quality. Now, would it be helpful if I could whisk those through to governance now?
Yes, that would
I'm
be good.
noting that I
That
will
would be good, thank you.
proposing those amendments at the right time.
Right. Any questions? Sorry, any questions?
Well,
Councillor Wilson.
I'm very aware that the people who may be watching this won't have necessarily had a chance to, and the discussion that we've had behind setting these, and we've all been involved in those workshops doing it. But I actually just want to check with GCEA2, and the word I put here is what are the outcomes we actually want to get from that. And I think in some ways, most of the ones that we've listed, it's very clear what we're trying to articulate. And here we're talking about a mutually agreeable way to provide opportunities for Maori to contribute to decision-making processes. But that's not a really clear outcome. And I'm just wondering whether, and maybe Alan, Councillor Somerville has the answer to it in his suggested wording, which I sometimes actually saying what we're trying to get, and I know it's hard in some situation where we're still negotiating that end result, but I think anything that gets for the community seeing this, and they don't necessarily understand the trip that we've gone to get to these points, is providing input into community projects as well at a mana whenua level as well, I think is highly respected and anticipated as being something that benefits communities and their understanding. And I'm just not sure that this necessarily focuses on that.
Would you want to put something after the contribute to, so it's not only decision-making processes, but something else?
I'd certainly either, so this is under governance and community engagement. I think having community engagement in there, it contributes to good community outcomes, mutually agreeable as well, be part of that solution.
Can you two talk about whether you come up with something between you about that?
I didn't mind.
Subsequent question. Chair,
Councillor Malcolm.
to that point, my understanding of any of our decision-making processes is actually community consultation. So if we have a mutually agreeable way to provide opportunities for Maori to contribute to a decision-making process, surely that will involve consultation with our communities.
And community consultation.
Three subjects now.
Let's see what the two come up with and to moderate. Have you?
I
Yes.
don't have an opportunity for discussion right now to do that, and I have sent something through that I'm happy for everyone to look at, which I did circulate some days ago.
So just a clarification. So, and this is just myself and Alan looking at the coding differently. I think, Alan, that SPA4, I've called it CPA8 because I've put it in that category, but that you're effectively proposing that as an amendment to the one above. And
Yes,
yeah,
that's right. Yep.
Sounds.
I would like to know why you want to take away consulting with Mana Whenua on a mutually agreeable way to do something and replace it with instituting something when we have not control of both sides of that discussion. We cannot institute something that's mutually agreeable on our own.
No, I'm happy to explain around that if you like.
Yes.
Thank you. I guess I wish to strengthen the continue to consult, which as a priority action could go on forever and ever, and maybe it will, but saying we're instituting it is implying that we're reaching that mutually agreeable way to provide opportunities, and we're reaching that agreement with Mana Whenua on something mutually agreeable and putting it in place. The other significant difference there is that the amendment I've proposed talks about opportunities for Mana Whenua to contribute to decision-making processes. Now, that follows up from our earlier resolutions made back in November last year, where we noted that the council will continue to consult with Mana Whenua on a mutually agreeable way to incorporate representation of their representation into the new portfolio structure. And then later in November, notes the commitment by council to ongoing engagement with Mana Whenua as part of decision making. So I think that's important to note, that we're looking here for ways to provide opportunities specifically for Mana Whenua to contribute to decision making. So that's one part. The other part was institute rather than keeping talking forever.
I don't think you quite are answering my question there. I'm saying that we are not capable of instituting something that relies, prior to the institution of it, on people mutually agreeing to something.
Well, no, I do see what you mean. We could have both. So where are we? Continue to consult with Mana Whenua and institute the mutually agreeable way. I guess I can see what you mean, Hilary. I think, though, that having the word mutually agreeable implies that we are reaching that agreement with Mana Whenua before it's instituted.
Councillor Gillespie.
I wonder if it's the word that's agreeable causing the issue, and it maybe should be mutually agreed, because I think that then gets the process right until you get something that's mutually agreed. Is that a sticking point? I'm only trying to help.
That would certainly work for me. Thank you, Councillor Gillespie.
Councillor Laws.
Sorry, I'd like you'd be able to see me, but you can't at the moment because you've got the video blocking me at the other end. So I must have given you a horrendous image. Sorry about that. The word obviously isn't institute, Ellen. That means to fundamentally establish a new policy, rule, or legal action. So we don't have those powers. So I don't see the need for that. Is there a seconder for the motion? Can I ask?
No, there's nothing currently. But
Councillor Robertson.
be happy to second it, and then I could ask a question too.
But the question I just have is, I'm assuming that we're still involved in ongoing dialogue with representatives of the local Rūnaka in an attempt to resolve this matter. Is that the understanding of the table?
Maybe I can answer that, Michael. So yes, I have an action coming out of the previous Mana to Mana to have that conversation with Okaha Te Ao Marama and Rūnaka and bring something back to the next Mana to Mana meetings. That's an ongoing conversation.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I'll just ask a process point of view. Gretchen, were you seconding both or just the one?
I can second both.
Both. Okay, thank you.
And a question, sorry. So just there was some other comment there around the legal setting, but my understanding is that the Local Government Act requires local authorities to establish and maintain processes for Māori to contribute to decision-making, foster Māori capacity to participate and consider Treaty of Waitangi principles. Yes, this is mana whenua, so yep, but it's a requirement to do that. So saying that we're going to talk about it for longer doesn't get around the fact that actually you have to do it. So yeah, well, I got that right, that it's a requirement to involve in decision making.
It's-
Yeah.
It is. It is a requirement, but it isn't to do it in a mutually agreeable. That is not a requirement. And that is the thing that causes my problem on a technical basis of that you can't oblige mutual agreeableness. Councillor Malcolm, well, come back to you,
Yeah, can I have
Councillor
a-
Robertson, if you.
Yes, this is a question, but with your indulgement, I understood that we are still working with mana whenua since we have adapted to a portfolio position, but within that and honouring our legal obligations under the Act, we have in fact invited them to be part of the Integrated Catchment Management Board and also on our current pest management plan, which we have sent letters of invitation to. I'm not sure if they've all been accepted, but talking to Runaka and their representatives throughout this period, they are very comfortable with that position that we've done. So we are honouring it, but we're also honouring the wants and ongoing needs of mana whenua to take the time to ensure that we are getting this process right. So am I correct that we have been honouring our legislative requirements, Chair?
Our Chief Executive says yes, I think. to that.
So all of those things were part of the conversations we've had today and do give effect to those requirements. But there's an ongoing obligation, and we've heard through mana to mana that there is still some concerns or questions at the mana whenua end around that ongoing role at a mana to mana level. But you are right, Kevin, we have started to take some steps as staff at the direction of council to invite mana whenua representation onto governance groups for particular programs of work.
Thank you.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. So just for clarity, are we saying that GCA 2, as it was drafted in the paper, continues to consult with mana whenua on a mutually agreeable way to provide opportunities for Māori to contribute to decision-making processes, that meets our legal requirements at the moment? So the follow-up part of the question would be the revision as proposed steps us beyond our legal requirements.
But Gary, from a staff perspective, my advice is that we haven't taken specific advice on that at the moment. We continue to engage with mana whenua through our work program in a way that we believe meets our requirement. I don't think the wording of a priority action one way or the other is going to impact our legal requirement or commit us to something over or under what that legal requirement is. I guess it's just intent from the table, but I don't have a specific answer because we haven't taken specific advice on that, sorry.
Right, but as Chief Executive, your interpretation of how that's written there would be that that doesn't misconstrue our legal requirements as it's stated there.
No, I don't think the setting of or the wording of priority actions one way or the other will impact the legal standing of council. It's how we implement and do things and hold that relationship and continue the engagement over time that will decide whether or not we meet our statutory requirement. The wording within a priority action is more about the intent of this governance table and what you are seeking to achieve.
Thank you.
Don't know whether this is helpful at all, but what lawyers do when they find themselves in this position where they're asked to carry out something that they can't completely control themselves is to use the words best endeavours. take best endeavours to achieve something, which gives the feeling of doing everything we reasonably can, but not to have to commit yourself to something that you can't completely control. Would that help to use the words take our best endeavours to, or?
Well, I guess if that's a way of getting wider agreement here, take our best endeavours to institute a mutually agreed way. But I think having institute implying that our intention is to do this, our intention isn't just to keep discussing it further. So we don't know how long that discussion will take. And yeah, if we perhaps amend that agreeable to agreed, as suggested by Councillor Gillespie.
Does that get us somewhere that makes people feel a wee bit more comfortable in general? Right. Thank you. Have we any other further questions? Councillor Wilson.
A question for the CE. These are, some of them are quite detailed and some of them are quite at a higher level. You've got a budget and sorry, this report is also from the chair rather than from staff. So noting all of those matters, are you confident that, and potentially with the words best endeavours, you may be somewhat relieved, are you confident that you can either deliver on these matters and it will make a difference, or is the work programme as is and with the funding constraints and savings that you've found, will this be a high level document that you will report on at some stage whether you can or cannot deliver?
So some of these things we're either well underway or already part of the program of work that staff had developed. So they're in the coming annual plan, and we can incorporate those. Others, and it was the reason for 6, I guess, is the fact that there will be some things that will require a decision from council whether or not you want to invest further in them, and they will be decisions that come back to the table. So no, we can't deliver on every priority action as they're written under current budgets and work programs, but there's certainly a number of them we can, and the others we will work up into plans that enable council to make the decision on the level of investment or not you choose to give to them.
Thank you.
Councillor Laws. Unmute, please.
Can't. Oh, there you are. I can now. Okay, sorry, I was just pressing madly my digit. Listen, I've raised this before and I'll raise it 1,000 times, but Councillor Robertson has asked the right question. The question is of the Chief Executive. The Councillor Robertson quoted the Local Government Act of 2002, which was amended, I think, in 2020, to put the Treaty of Waitangi principal bills in. There are 2 sections of the Local Government Act that are relevant to us. And I would argue very strongly, Madam Chair, that we are not addressing the Act as Councillor Robertson has asked. There's Section 4 of the Local Government Act and Section 14, subclause D. I'll just read one of them for you, but both of them pick up the gist of the issue. Section 4 of the Local Government Act requires councils, and it is duplicated to an extent by Section 14, to maintain and improve opportunities for Māori to contribute to local government decision making. And those words, Māori, contribute, and local government decision making, are also replicated in Section 14. Mana te mana is not Māori. Siwi, obviously. Mana whenua is not Māori. Siwi, obviously. The runaka that exist in the Otago region with which this council consults are not Māori. they're Runaka, and they are representatives of Mana Whenua /iwi. We are, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, but also Mr. Chief Executive, surely not meeting the aims of the Act, which are to provide, maintain and improve opportunities for Māori. That's all Māori, just not a few, just not iwi, just not Okaha, just not Runaka, all Māori who are resident in the Otago region. Now, I'm pretty sure the ORC's never commissioned a legal opinion on this issue, but I do want to raise it now, otherwise I suggest we will get ourselves into trouble.
Would Councillor Somerville and Councillor Robertson be prepared to add in to GCEA2 on your screens after Mana Whenua and Matawaka?
I wouldn't. As we know, these are focused action points. They don't encompass absolutely everything that's written into the law. They're focused action points. Thanks.
Yes, I would not be happy to do that either. This is about our relationship with Mana Whenua, and I quoted those two resolutions that Council made back in two meetings in November, which specifically talked about decision-making of Mana Whenua.
So it's not about the legislation at all?
Focused action points, we have to do lots of legislation, yep.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is that this section point won't address the legal requirements that rest upon the Otago Regional Council in involving Māori in their contribution to local decision making.
I guess it's the putting something in as a priority for part of a piece of legislation, sort of the one corner when it's part of a bigger thing, causes some potential difficulty, but that's Councillor Malcolm.
Are we in question time or are we in debate? I just wanted to know how to frame my next
Question time, and then you can have a debate.
question time. If there is no further questions, are we about to put the amendment so we can then debate it?
Yes. Are there any further questions? Right, well.
So just clarifying again, just so everyone's on the same page from a process point of view. So GCEA2 is an amendment to the list within the paper. SPA4 is an amendment to what you're looking at the screen under 5 CPA8. So that's the two amendments that Alan has proposed. And if they pass, they would become part of the substantive list.
Right.
Is the mover and seconder going to talk first as to introduce their debate?
We have a mover and seconder. We are now in debate.
Thank you.
Thank you. As mover, I could do that. Look, I think I've already said everything I need to say around the consultation and decision making with Mana Whenua. That has already been said in explanation here. So I'll turn to that second amendment here, where I've said finalise the system to take effective action to reduce winter air pollution in the most seriously affected Otago towns. It was good to see that there had been a proposal to bring...
Point of order, Councillor Malcolm.
I understood that we're just doing that first. I would hate to think we're debating two when we're, my apologies, but I would think you'd be taking those as two separate amendments because they're
let's just do the first one. Yes,
completely different topics. So apologies.
No problem. I can hold off on that. I'll wait to a right of reply. Thank you.
I feel that giving focus to this one's important. We already have, as has been mentioned, a couple of motions of this council that reflect this. So I think it's appropriate. We've actually had a really good point that was made earlier on already, that we don't need to be fearful of this one or think it's some massive big body of work that's yet ahead. We're actually doing a lot of this already as we go. Yes, in mana to mana, there's some disagreement around involvement in the new council structure. However, we're finding a way through mutually agreed ways to participate in decision making in core business already. And Councillor Malcolm outlined quite a few examples of that, where that's actually happening. So I cannot see any reason why we would steer away from that or feel fearful about it, because it's happening. ICM was one that was talked about. There are another couple there as well that Councillor Malcolm put forward. I think regional deals is another one where we're having discussions. So I'm sure in any big body of work we're doing, that's the way approach we'll take. So having a bit of focus there is important. Thank you.
Councillor Laws. Not hearing you, Councillor Laws.
No.
Unmute, please. See if you can find the button.
Okay, how's that?
Excellent.
Cool.
Good work.
Okay, I can't support this amendment on a number of bases. First of all, that it doesn't meet the Otago Regional Council's responsibilities to Māori, a responsibility that the Otago Regional Council continues to run away from, and has run away from as long as I've been an elected member of this council. I'm in my 10th year. We are not meeting our legal requirements. We have decided to favour one small group of Māori in the Otago region, and we all know why they don't want to advance this particular issue, and they do not want to give other Māori who aren't them, resident in the Otago region, as we are required to do under the Act, any role of decision making. They want to be the premier, indeed the only Māori representative in this area, and that is not what the Act says. When did we also decide, can I ask the mover and seconder, that Matawaka don't matter? Those Māori who are resident in Otago, but who are apparently not going to be engaged. Why are we giving priority to one group within the community when there's nothing in the Local Government Act that mentions mana whenua? There are other pieces of legislation that do, not the Local Government Act. And the other aspect is the wrong word here is institute. It's the wrong use of the English language. Institute has specific requirements, as in you will do things. As I explained before, it's an initiative word or an establishment word, such as setting a new policy, a new rule, or a new piece of legislation. And that's not what we're doing here. We're having a conversation with one specific group of the community. I do want to flag, though, that I am not prepared for the Otago Regional Council to continue to ignore their legal responsibilities to all Māori resident in Otago. And I do want to flag that this matter needs to be brought back to the council table at the very nearest of opportunities. Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think we're getting a tad. We are talking about a special relationship that we have with mana whenua that's actually even represented in this very chamber of the carving that was presented in 1996. So this relationship goes back quite some time. We are not, there is nowhere where we are disregarding any other entity or part of our society, and if any other councillor wishes to make a priority to represent it, be other Māori or even Pacifica groups or any other group, there is no problem for that to be brought forward as a priority. no problem at all. What we are talking about here is honouring the resolutions that we have already made, and that is clearly expelled, in my opinion, on GCEA 2 in our paper, which is continue to consult with mana whenua on a mutually agreeable way to provide opportunities for Maori to contribute to decision-making processes, of which I have already illustrated the cases where we are doing that and continue to do that, and we will promote that further at mana whenua later at our next mana whenua meeting. So I will be voting against changing, against the motion to change what we have already proposed.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion as well. I think I concur with the concerns raised by Councillor Laws, that we have become very narrowed in our engagement, and it is concerning that we are stepping outside the legal requirements of the acts we have to operate under. We need a far wider engagement with all of Māori in our region, and the word institute to me is definitely the wrong word. It is creating it's a building structure word that is to me not the suitable word. Also too, we are second guessing what those we need to be engaging with want to see, and yet again, we're assuming that's the right thing to do. So no, can't support it, I'm sorry.
I have difficulties with this, with it leaving out some Māori and Otago once we put mana whenua in. Considering we do have a legal obligation to consult all, I think it's likely that putting mana whenua in on its own will make us start imagining, or at least some people start imagining, that we have consulted Māori. And it will be make it potentially more difficult for us to say, well, we've heard from you guys, what about the rest of our obligations? We need to hear from the rest of Otago Māori. We already use words a bit interchangeably, as if Māori and mana whenua and whatever all mean the same thing, and they don't. And since it's specifically in that legislation, and knowing that Parliament could have chosen to use mana whenua if they chose, they didn't. And I can't believe that people who were drafting the Local Government Act weren't aware that they mean something different. So I think it opens a can of worms that I am not prepared to open. Right of reply.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not sure whether we should be debating about the words in this particular motion. I think we're splitting hairs. What I'm concerned about the most is that we have a process and train that this council agreed to several months ago. And now that that process is being undertaken through direct conversation with at the mana to mana table, to revisit well the sort of the principles of working with mana whenua today just to me seems inappropriate. If we want to push back on a relationship with mana whenua and open a relationship with Māori, fine, but let's do it in the appropriate forum. I think that this won't help to build trust and respect between this organisation and the trust and respect that we've built with mana whenua over many, many years. So I can't support it.
Councillor Gillespie.
Thank you. I just think there's a risk in changing things. What I'm going to say is on the fly a little bit. We're trying to appease what other councils are looking to try and achieve, and there's a risk in that. And I think it could lead to the wrong outcomes. I think what's been proposed already is reflecting of what we've been doing and where we're going, and to change that on the fly without some really good logic that backs it up to being something different. Otherwise, what we're proposing would be not the right move to go forward. So I can't support it either.
Any further speakers? Right of reply, councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Look, I'll just note that I did circulate this amendment some days ago, which gave councillors to have input into that. Look, no one is being excluded through this suggestion. I've proposed this because it strengthens our intent actually to put something in place. And it also recognises the special relationship, the relationship of partnership we have with mana whenua. And I'll just quote from the draft annual plan. You can find that at the top of page 83 of your council papers, where it says, the Otago Regional Council values its enduring partnership with Te Urunanga o Ngāi Tahu and the 7 Papatipu Runanga from Otago and Southland. We work collaboratively with iwi and their regional entities to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi and ORC strategic goals. These partnerships reflect our commitment to acknowledging and respecting the unique and enduring connection that iwi have with the land. And I think that sums up well why this about our relationship with mana whenua and why this partnership is with mana whenua, the people of this land. Thank you.
Okay, if there aren't any further speakers, because we've just asked for the right of reply speaker, would we like a division here?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Right, I told some councillors beforehand, but we intend to institute a system where we shift how we go round the table asking for votes, but in the meantime, we will do it alphabetically as we have done in the past.
Councillor Bynes?
This is just the first one.
Yes.
Yeah.
GCEA2.
No.
Councillor Gardner?
No.
Councillor Calvert?
No.
Councillor Gillespie?
No.
Councillor Hollier?
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher?
No.
Councillor Laws?
No.
Councillor Malcolm?
No.
Councillor Noon?
Aye.
Councillor Robertson?
Yes.
Councillor Somerville?
Yes.
And Councillor Wilson?
Yes.
Motion. It's now got 2, 4, 6, 7 against and 5 in favour.
Sorry.
Right, did you hear that? Was your microphone on then?
Mine?
No. Kylie?
Just want to put your mic on and confirm that.
Motion has failed, 7 against, 5 in favour.
Right. So we'll now move on to amendment that is as part of CPA 8, is it? Or,
So the second amendment would replace CPA 8 in motion 5 that's on the screen.
and we, Councillor Somerville and Councillor Robertson, you're going to move and second that motion?
Just noting, because I can see CPA was not initially on the priority list, so that's one that the chair had proposed to add. So if SPA4 fails, what I expect is that the chair will continue to move 5 as it's currently appearing on your screen in front of you there, as part of the package of motions. So there's a bit going on.
That's the top five, not the bottom five.
Let's see where it fits in. Yeah.
Questions about this?
Could I ask a question of Sue?
Yes. Questions?
In this area, we are but one player. I think building consents and, design standards and a few other things probably taken effect. And even we had today the Te Whara Ora, who also have a role to play. The question I have for you, the proposed change as opposed to yours, the one that you've supplied to the chair, I think, gives a wider, broader opportunity for involvement, whereas I think the one that's proposed, or am I correct, would limit it to us being the driving the action.
I think from a staff perspective, either one of those, I see that bottom one as a system, we would still be working with all of the partners we normally work with in the air space. Right. I don't think this is not one we will tackle on our own. We certainly could have a role to play, but I think there is not an issue in my mind between the two of them in terms of involvement of other parties in those conversations.
Thank you.
Councillor Kelleher.
Can I ask a question of the intent of the mover? Is that in saying finalise a system, is the intent of that in a much shorter time frame than the previous proposal above that?
Ready for me to respond? Yeah, look, the intent, I was really pleased to see that others were proposing the idea of bringing something in around dealing with problems with air pollution. My intent was to tie that down to some actual action, because when I read what's in that number 5 there, I think we've already done that. We don't need to do further investigation before taking action. We can get on with taking that action now in order to improve the health of people living in those towns. Does that sort of explain things, Councillor Kelleher?
Yes, thank you.
Your summary of my proposed 5 isn't quite accurate, I don't think, Councillor Somerville. But my question is, what do you imagine, since I like the idea of actions and things, what do you imagine effective action looks like?
That looks like reducing the measured air pollution in those most polluted Otago towns, and we gather information on that, so it would be simple to monitor that.
By no particular amount, we don't know what it costs, is that sort of stuff not. Otherwise, they're just words, aren't they? If we don't know what we couldn't tell what actions we would do that would have done that, would we?
There would be further investigation. There would be a whole lot of thought that would be needed. I guess my intent is to tie this down to making sure we are actually taking some further action and we're not doing more investigations and looking for more information and more data before we put actions into place.
Councillor Gillespie, you've got a troubled look on your face.
You always do. So my question really is around picking up what Councillor Somerville said about actions, and you've said that we've identified the locations, but I think the bit that we haven't done is what's the targeted resource investment. And that to me seems to be the crux of where we're going, and so I just want to understand that you're saying we've got the locations, but have we got the targeted actions?
I think papers we've had over a number of years have made it clear that in those Air Zone 1 towns, the thing that would be most effective is reducing the number of old polluting wood burners. And we've had over many years papers to that effect. So I think we have evidence there that that would, in fact, make a significant difference in those towns.
Madam Chair, would you indulge me then?
Certainly.
Because I haven't been part of that, so I don't know. So I can't say that Councillor Somerville was wrong, but I'd be interested to know from the operational aspect, saying, do we know what the targeted resources are? Have we identified them? If we've identified the locations, have we done that next step that's in what's proposed in 5? Because I think that to me is the key difference between 5 and the amendment we're considering.
So we have done a lot of work in that space. I don't think it's been refined down to absolutes, but the paper later in the agenda today was starting to move down that track.
Yeah.
In terms of recording or suggesting what those specific interventions could be to result in better air quality outcomes in those most polluted areas. So I wouldn't say we are absolutely there, but there has been a lot of work done in that space, and we do know largely what interventions will make some improvements. So the answer is yes. Some of that second part, the targeted resource investment, there has been a lot of work done already.
Councillor Laws.
I just don't understand the amendment. So if someone could explain it to me, please. The original motion seeks targeted resource investment into air quality improvement initiatives. So that's an action structure. It then has the aim of creating the greatest environmental improvements in the lowest quality airsheds. So that's an idea as well. So that's action point 5. The amendment says we're going to finalise a system to take effective action. And I'm struggling to see how that's any different than what is proposed in item 5 of the action plans. Could that be explained to me, please?
My job. I must say, yeah, thank you, Councillor Laws. Initially, it was partly because I was trying to fit it into the match the other priority actions and use the wording right. Originally, I had take effective action to reduce winter air pollution, and if you would support that, I would be very happy to go ahead with that one instead, rather than about finalise a system. My point is, we have plenty of information. We know what the problem is. We know about the health effects that those problems of winter air pollution in those towns causes. And we know what we can do about it. I'm making the point, let's get on with the action rather than further and further investigation. Of course, there would be monitoring as we continue and to see how things are going, but we are ready to take action on this. It is affecting the health of people living in those towns.
Perhaps if I could help Councillor Laws understand why I proposed 5 in the way I did. It was to feed into decisions we might make later on what to spend any amount that we might have to spare, and it looks like we're going to have minus 3 million to spare at the moment. But if we had any resources on top of the business as usual resources for next year and the year after, what we would put in the way of priority air pollution actions, so as that they can be put beside PT requirements and other things and whatever else we might need to spend extra money on. And if we did what I proposed in 5, then that would allow our staff to come back and say, if that's what you're trying to do, then if you had $100,000, you could do this, and that would reduce we think air pollution by so much. And if we had 200,000, you could do that. And we can then have a look at bangs for bucks. What bucks would we be prepared to put to this compared with the other requirements that will be in front of us? So that's why it was put like that, so as that it allows us not to spend a lot longer understanding the position, because we understand a lot of it, but to understand what bangs for bucks we could get in that air quality, to improve air quality in that area. So it was to connect those things together, not to say, what can we do? We know there's a lot of things we can do, but how much will which things cost and what are they worth compared with other things? So that was the background of 5.
Sorry, the question I asked was, though, the difference between taking effective action, which is the amendment, and then the action point of the original, which is targeting resource investment into air quality improvement initiatives, is what? That's the question I was asking. They both seem to be saying the same thing, just in different ways.
Why I thought one was better than the other is I don't like things like effective action when I don't know what it means. Councillor Malcolm.
Have we a mover and seconder, and are we going into debate, or is that debate?
We have a mover and seconder, and we've probably got to the, have we got to the end of questions, or have we got some more questions? In that case, we're into debate.
Thank you. Look, I think I've said much of it. It's time for action. We can get on with this. I'll make the point about actually why this is really so important. At our meeting in Cromwell in November last year, we received a letter from Well South PHO and a joint letter from 22 Otago physicians. I'll quote you a little bit shortly. We heard from the Kiwi Room at Clyde School about problems of air pollution in their town. Today, we've heard from Tom Scott, the Public Health Policy Advisor with Te Whatu Ora. Now, back in November, Well South PHO, which represents general practices around Otago, saying we see firsthand the impacts of poor air quality on the health and well-being of our communities. Air pollution, particularly from domestic heating sources, contributes significantly to respiratory and cardiovascular illnesses, increased hospitalisations and premature deaths across our region. These health effects fall disproportionately on vulnerable populations, including tamariki, kaumātua, and those living in colder, lower income households. That joint letter from those 22 Otago physicians noted, as well as deaths, air pollution causes childhood asthma and cardiovascular and respiratory disease, including cancer in adults, putting pressure on already overloaded hospitals and general practices. This is real. We know what the problem is. We know about the health effects. We know what the solution is. Not taking on action on this does not prevent the cost. It just shifts the cost. That's why I want this, getting on with it, to be a priority. It shifts the cost onto our already overstretched health system, onto our community health and social agencies, and onto the households where children and adults are getting sick. Who benefits? Everyone living in the town where we can take that action and breathing that air will benefit. Thanks.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. I think both of these have really good intent, so I just want to reflect that. And people are saying that actually they're the same. Well, that's really fantastic to hear, because it means that there's a lot of people that want to get on with making a difference and can see that it's actually very evident what that would be as well. And that is those smoky old wood burners. So yep, we know that, and people are saying, let's get on with it. That is awesome to hear. So either of those, if they're going to result in that actually happening, would be great. Why I quite liked 5 was because Sorry, the second 5 down the bottom, they're both 5s. I like them both. So, yeah, the one up the top says that it's going to identify locations. So it's, for me, I read that it's going to still just identify those locations. But then, yeah, if the intent is so that you're actually going to target resource investment, that's good. I just read that the priority was the identifying the locations out of that was the action. And maybe that's what Councillor Somerville was talking about. There are also the 5 that are down the bottom. Seriously affected Otago towns is actually quite different from lowest air quality sheds. Because you could possibly be getting the worst readings but be less vulnerable. So most seriously affected as well, you'd have to have a look at what is actually going on in terms of how are people being affected. So yeah, you might be looking at other factors there. Demographics and also health impacts might come into that one. As I said, both are good if the intent there is to do something, but back to the doing something, we heard at the beginning as well that the CE would be bringing back to us anything that was going to be outside usual work program or have ramifications for cost for us to analyse. So I think that would be inherent in anything that happened out of either of these two. So for the argument that, oh, you know, we haven't got anything written down there about cost, well, actually the cost argument is going to have to come back to the table to shape it up no matter which one you choose to. So I just thought 5 was quite simple and illustrates the intent simply, and we all know what that intent is. Thank you.
Councillor Hollier.
Just to reiterate much of what Gretchen said in the sense that this is being added in, which is great, and the intent to achieve what seems to be much the same stuff is excellent. From my point of view, it'd be entertaining if we put the word institute a system to take effective action, but anyway, I won't go backwards. However, I think that's something that addresses to the point of getting on with some action and doing stuff where things, the effect is most serious, then I prefer that wording. But yeah, just get on with it. Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm and Councillor Kelleher.
For all the reasons just explained to me by the 2 previous speakers, I will not be voting for this motion. I will sit because it is all explained already, and the initial number 5 approved. That wording is, I believe, the best. And until we actually demand by law that poor fires are removed and construct a funding mechanism with central government, our impact is actually going to be minimal, but we need to keep working on it and try and get some initiatives going. And I believe that is fully covered in the original 5. So I will not be supporting the amendment.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't support the amendment either. And for the reason, I know the intent is good. The intent is about getting on with action, but it's too blunt an action. The wording of the original number 5 actually targets towards where the best benefit will be found. I don't see investigation anywhere in that. I see actually honing in now on where the best bang for buck and spend is. We have several times already today mentioned smoky old wood burners, but new wood burners will also be smoky if wet wood is burnt in them. And so old wood burners can be efficient if very dry, properly seasoned wood. So just honing in on one part of the solution without all the rest is what the amendment heads us towards, and it will be an effective spend. The original will get the best spend for what we're trying to achieve.
am going to vote for the original 5 rather than the amended 5. And just like to note that the original 5, that they both start from the same desire. We want to find if we can achieve a reduction in air pollution. We want to do that in the widest way possible with the least money that we can, but achieving the most good. I mean, I think we're all here for that same purpose. When I started talking to staff, because they are wordsmiths and I am not, the original 5 is what people came up with to produce as a proposal. And that is, that gives me some comfort that the staff will understand better than us how best to achieve something or word something, knowing, as we all do, that it's going to need more funds, whatever we do anywhere, but that gives a more crisp, and although it's a longer resolution, it is crisper as to what its expectation actually is. And it fits also with, of course, 6 that reminds us that we are looking at the bangs for bucks too. So I won't be voting for the amendment. Councillor Laws.
Boy, we've strayed a long way off the reservation on this one, haven't we? Item 10.6 is going to be dealing with many of these issues today. It's on the agenda in a great deal more detail. This is just a simple question about, it seemed to me, are we actually going to address the item in the age or in the time of this particular council, however long that might be? Can I also remind councillors we're still awaiting a government's air plan, which will drive policy development within a framework set by central government. I think the whole idea of saying that we're going to take effective action ahead of that particular air plan coming out of Wellington is sort of moot, really, because they will be setting very clear guidelines as to what they want, and that might relate to everything from instructive maximums for air sheds through to the social equity considerations that we're looking at in 10.6 today. I don't see anything wrong with 5 at all. I think we've wasted 15 minutes of debate, and I'm wasting it as well, so I won't be voting for it.
There's no further debate except for the right of reply to the mover.
Thank you. Look, very, very briefly, let's not look or find any reasons for further delay. It's time we got on with actually taking work to improve the health of Otago people now. Thanks.
And by division again.
Councillor Wilson,
No.
Councillor Somerville,
Yes.
Councillor Robertson,
Yes.
sorry, Councillor Noon,
No.
Councillor Malcolm,
No.
Councillor Laws,
No.
Councillor Kelleher,
No.
Councillor Hollier,
Yes.
Councillor Gillespie,
No.
Councillor Calvert,
No.
Councillor Gardner,
No.
Councillor Byers.
No.
Motion has failed. 6, 8, 9 against, 3 in favour.
Right, well, if we go back to the substantive motion, I will move that with the additional recommendations 5 and 6 that are on there.
Happy to second that, Chair.
Seconded by Councillor Malcolm. Questions, or are we done with questions? Debate. Councillor Kelleher.
Yeah, I'll support all of the motions as put. And I'd just like to commend you as chair for your initiative that you have taken here. And I think it has been a very positive one. The new council has embraced it, and to have a priority that we are all going to work towards those key priority actions hopefully keeps us focused and on track throughout the triennium, and good on you for bringing it on.
Thank you. Councillor Somerville.
I'll just note that I'm very pleased to see the addition of the priority around air quality. It's not quite the one I wanted, but I'm very happy to support this as it is as something useful to make clear that that remains a priority for us.
Councillor Gillespie.
I just want to take the opportunity to note, as a first-term regional councillor, to have this and know what we're working through over the training we've got, for me, is helpful. And the process by which we followed to get it there just makes you feel part of the team working towards it, which obviously wasn't here last term, so I don't know how that worked. So from that point of view, I think it's a great thing, and I think other organisations would do well to take a leaf out of the book and do something similar. The challenge will be in 2028 to see how we got on, but we'll be all over it by then, I'm sure.
I would commend this to my fellow councillors, and particularly with the additional bits. I would like particularly to thank Councillor Somerville for bringing to our attention the air quality addition, which we did not have in our initial priorities and was a gap. And thank you for those who contributed to creating that priority action list all the way along, but I thought it was a collegial process, and I thought that was very helpful. But as I say, particularly thankful to Councillor Somerville for raising that issue so that we could put that in. And of course, just a further addition to the staff who took our first I produced the first ramblings from our day together and moved it to a slightly better lot of priority actions from the day we had together as a workshop. And Andrea has turned that into, with I think the contribution of our CE at one point, or at various points, could be other people at the background too, but has turned that into some good basic priority actions to allow the staff and us to move forward and have an idea about where we're going for the next 2 years. So thank you, Andrea. Right. Are we going to just have a vote or do it by division? Vote. Right. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Yes. Wow.
We'll move into the annual plan, which will be led by portfolio leads Councillor Malcolm and Councillor Gardner. And as a wee treat, after we finish this annual plan, we will have a break.
5 minutes.
And if the three of our staff would like to introduce ourselves for the assembled multitudes.
Yes, kia ora, councillors. We're here to present the annual plan team. I'm Amanda, GM Strategy and Customer. We've got
Kia ora, I'm Jasmine Lamori, Senior Corporate Planner.
And Nick Donnelly, GM of Finance.
And in the background, we will also have Joanne Great Banks, Manager, Organisation Planning Performance, and Sean Geary, the Manager of Financial Planning and Analysis, have all helped put this together.
Sean's not here. That's
No, but in the background, it's good. Yeah, I clicked that he wasn't here. Thank you. Yeah, with your indulgence, Chair. Look, today is an exceptionally important day for the ORC. It's the purpose of this report of this paper is to adopt the ORC annual plan for 2026-2027, and we are adopting exceptionally early. Our normal adoption would be in June, but we have pushed it forward to April. A big part of that is to ensure that we have a greater period of time to undertake our 2027-2037 long-term plan and work with our community and give us plenty of time. But also what it does by moving now, it shows some leadership from the Otago Regional Council and gives our community some certainty regarding services that we're going to apply for perform for the next 12 months, and certainty of their rate requirement in these times of uncertainty right throughout the world. I think that is holding on us as a regional council to give that certainty as soon as possible. So in February 2026, we approved our draft financial estimates and work programs and financial forecasts, and we instructed staff to complete the 2026-2027 programs. And our total rate take and those services were to be under the same rate take as the previous year of $68,467,000. They found efficiencies within the organisation, expanded delivery timeframes to better reflect contractual capabilities, and paused on some planned activities again to suit the environment. We are now passing an operational budget of $146 million. And that has been worked through with great rigour by staff. We've looked through that, and now we've come to a point where we are ready to adopt. It shows, and we have from year to year had concerns from our auditors that we do show 1.26 million deficit, which is on that figure is a 0.86%. Deficit, so it's on our budget is a very small deficit, and law tells us that our projected revenue must be set to meet this year's projected operating expenditure, and unless we agree that it is prudent to do otherwise, and that prudence comes around by us having the reserves and the current financial stresses within our communities. I think it is very prudent for us to allow that deficit at this stage. So without further ado, I will hand over to our team and to councillors to ask any questions or any clarity of the budget.
From staff.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Malcolm. As noted, this report marks a key step in our corporate planning cycle, adopting the annual plan 2026-27. It formalises the direction given by Council in February for staff to finalise the plan and proceed directly to adoption at this meeting. So staff have gone away and done that. The attached annual plan reflects the council direction at that meeting. It does include a few changes. Those are outlined for you in paragraph 14. It includes updates to planning assumptions, a note about clearer communication of the community outcomes, and some financial adjustments relating to organisational structure change. So this, and the report also notes that in June, the rates resolution paper will come to you at that point. So this is one step, and the rates resolution is the kind of the final step around the annual plan. So I'll hand that over unless Nick. Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Thank you. I thank you. I'm glad you've raised the issue of planning assumptions. And that's what I want to ask you about. You've just mentioned in your preamble right now that you've directed people to planning assumptions or changes that you've made. On what paragraph are those, please?
The planning assumptions are in the annual plan document, paragraph 4 notes.
I know that. I'm asking though, you mean you haven't amended it since it's in this document? I assumed that you'd amended it in your preamble, but you haven't. It's exactly the one that's sitting on page 80 or whatever it is of the draft annual plan. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to test you on some of those, please. As you know, we are currently going through a cost of living crisis exacerbated by the Iranian conflict, the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, the escalatory nature of fuel prices and potential shortages, which is going to have a significant and severe effect through the year. So the questions I have are two. The first is there must be a cost to council infrastructure from that, and particularly those people driving fossil-fueled vehicles on our behalf. And the second is you've assumed, according to the assumptions, that we're going to have an inflation rate of 2%, which seems heroic to me, and certainly meets no economic commentators' assumptions moving forward over the next wee while, and certainly not that of the Reserve Bank Governor. So can I ask why you've stuck to those two? Or first of all, what the cost is of, you're anticipating what the fuel costs are going to be, in addition to the financial plan you've got here. And the second is why you've struck upon 2% as the likely or the assumed inflation rate over the 26-27 financial year.
Yeah, I can answer both of those. The simple answer to both of those is that these numbers were prepared back prior to Christmas last year. So we were using, these assumptions were set effectively well before then. So as we started the process, would have been, August, September last year, and we haven't revised them. These things that you mentioned have changed since then. When we looked at it, the inflation was running. It was still slightly above 2%, but it was certainly trending down towards that sort of range. It's now come back up, as have a whole lot of costs. We haven't revised them since. We brought the numbers to you and council pre-Christmas. We then finalised those for discussion with or engagement with the community. And the numbers that are in there reflect those assumptions and what we had. And it's probably since then, because those numbers, you saw those numbers in February, they're still effectively exactly the same. If we had wanted to change those assumptions around inflation in particular, we'd be bringing back different numbers across virtually every activity. We could have then looked at what the aim was to get to a no rates increase, and we effectively would have just increased the use of reserves to get back to that. We've actually left the assumptions the same, the result the same. What it will mean is that if inflation continues where it is and the costs continue to be higher as a result, we're going to have to manage our spend and potentially, pull back on doing some things around the fringes to stay within the dollar budget constraint. But we haven't changed it because we assumed that you wouldn't want to see a completely revised set of numbers based on inflation going up by say 1 or 1.5%. We left it at that. The other one around fuel assumptions, that is for us internally, our actual internal fuel consumption is actually relatively low, and we've looked at it for this year, and then we've left the same assumption in there for next year. We actually don't spend that much money on motor vehicle fuel, for example. So we didn't view there was a need to revise that number at all as we've gone through this finalisation. The bigger impact on fuel will probably be in contractors, whether that's contractors that are supplying to, in particular, into infrastructure and engineering, who can consume quite significant amounts of diesel for a lot of their machinery, and in public transport. But again, both of those numbers at this point, we haven't got the certainty that we'd need to sort of be able to revise those numbers, and we've left them as they are, and we'll manage to what we've got. And as the numbers change, we'll have to come back to council if there's any changes to what the actual spend is going to be, if it's going to significantly increase above what we've currently budgeted.
Can I ask a supplementary, Madam Chair?
Certainly.
So essentially the argument, as I understand it, Nick, is that, well, we did this last year and the world's changed. Yeah, we know it has, but we're just going to plough on anyhow. Because it would seem to me that we need to make some assumptions as a council before we institute this plan. That if there are going to be additional costs, and clearly there are, not just in terms of inflation, but as you also pointed out, in terms of contract expenses that are contracting to the council to deliver services, there'll be a significant one there in terms of fuel costs and the fuel costs of their own organisation. What I'm trying to get at ascertain here is, does that mean that we will be trimming council spending to meet those additional costs that will be imposed by outside forces?
Yeah, I'll go, Michael. So essentially, as the year plays out and we see what impact, if any, of these changes have on our operating expenditure and operating revenue, in terms of public transport, there may be, we would likely need to bring some decisions to the council table for you to give us some direction on how you want those to be managed, because there are options within the budgets. So that is something that, if it arises next year, if you sign this off today, then through the normal financial management processes that we've implemented, you've made it very clear that you want to see early where there are projected deficits or surpluses in the budget, so governance can make a decision about how you manage those. That's how that would play out.
That must be obvious to you now, though, yeah? I mean, I'm assuming that you haven't been doing nothing for the last 6 months in terms of finance as these assumptions are coming through. The rate of inflation's been known for over 6 weeks. Now, it's going to find it difficult to sign off a plan that I know is founded on false assumptions that we know to be false, and they're not updated. But when this starts to be implemented from what, the 1st of July, it'll be even more out of date by then, won't it? So that's not good planning.
Yeah. Well, I take your point on board. It's this was the point in time that this was drafted. I think every year there are changes to contract cost inflation. I appreciate this is a extraordinary circumstance in terms of what's happening at the moment. But you could make the case that every year, as soon as you sign something off, it effectively becomes out of date as contract rates are updated, and costs for electricity or fuel or whatever it might be go up and down, and are managed month to month through our financial management processes. So I think what you've heard and you've relayed back to us is right, Michael. This was a plan made at a point in time when we had information available to us. Things have changed. I guess from a staff perspective, we are still comfortable with the annual plan that we are presenting, and have the mechanisms in place to enable governance to appropriately manage that throughout the next financial year. Okay, once we get a clear understanding of what those variances are, because we can make some estimates at the moment in the public transport space and the contract space, but we have nothing concrete because there's further discussions to have with other funders, with our contractors around other ways to manage some of the delivery in the infrastructure space. And so we would just be making further assumptions again on top of the assumptions that are already being made.
Well, yeah, but we already know that the assumptions of economic commentators, of economists, of bank experts, and of the Reserve Bank governor, we know what that is on inflation already. So that's already been indicated, but this hasn't been updated to meet that. You know, that was some weeks ago now. What I'm trying to explain, I'm not trying. It's okay. I'm not trying to suggest that you need to get it, and it's obviously not an exact science in a fluid situation. But nonetheless, what I'm trying to get is an understanding that if those costs are then they will impact, and the costs of running the council will be greater, where the savings are going to occur, and surely there must be work now, Mr. Chief Executive, on bringing some very hard decisions to us on just what you know already, wouldn't there be?
I think our chief executive has actually answered the best he can to say that this is a moving feast, and it's particularly moving at the moment. We really don't know a whole lot of things. And I think the point you're probably trying to, if you're making a point rather than making a question, I think the point you're making is that it's inevitable that there'll be increased costs and things. And I think we've had an answer from our chief executive about that. Councillor Malcolm.
Okay. Question. If we rate now for an assumption of increased costs, particularly on fuel, and in fact, government comes forward because the fuel problem is out of our control, and government comes forward with a subsidy on that fuel cost, but we've already rated, what do we then do with the rates?
It would sit in reserve as a surplus.
So we're, yeah. So I'll leave that for debate.
Councillor Wilson.
I appreciate how hard this is, and I'm concerned about doing a budget with a deficit proposed, given the climate. So in that, given that position, but I also appreciate it's almost impossible to budget inflation and cost of fuel in the current environment. The question I've got to whomsoever can answer it is, when will we have a most up-to-date idea of the contractual overspend in PT, given for the last 3 months, given what has happened with fuel prices? Because that will give us some lead into what it may be at risk.
We will be due to receive our quarterly invoices from our operators in the next week or so, which will give us an indication.
And for what period? This is GM Anita Dorr speaking.
And so, sorry, so could I understand what period that will cover?
So I understand that'll be the period January through end of March.
And my next question is there any way that we can reflect on that when that arrives, but incorporate it into a motion today to be incorporated into some more potentially realistic figures, especially in PT, because that is our biggest risk, I think.
Yeah, so we've got the quarterly result is coming to you next month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that'll have the actuals up until the end of March. It'll have forecasts through to the end of the year. So that's where we'll reflect what Anita's referring to as the quarterly CPI adjustments that are done. They're a separate invoice to the normal monthly invoices that we get. So that's where potentially there'll be the catch up in what's coming through and the additional costs for those operators. But that'll be presented next month. You'll get to look at that and digest what that means. But from that point of view, if you saw anything there that impacted your view on the annual plan, I mean, the annual plan is being set to today. So by next month, There's no opportunity to look at that next month and go, oh, now we'll adjust the annual plan. We would have to bring the annual plan back, which isn't the intention.
I understood that may be the case. Yes.
Yeah, sure. The short answer to the question is no. Okay, it's because I understand what you're asking in terms of what we're asking for you to consider today, and then can there almost be a placeholder for the updated PT? The other thing I would say is that we have received an information request from NZTA on behalf of ministers for the impact on public transport contracts. So there is some thinking going on at government level around what role they may or may not play, because they are aware of the pressure it's putting on public transport riders, but B, how important it is to maintain those services, because almost every public transport network is seeing an increase in use for fuel reasons.
I've got two other questions which I'm happy to put together, if I may. One is, if I think it's important that we try and itemise, especially PT, so that the government are on notice of the effect it is having. They are very keen on us not raising rates, but they also want us to have balanced budgets. And this seems to be a really good opportunity to showcase how difficult that is. And if we don't do it now, then we don't give them an opportunity to increase their share beyond that share to a certain extent. The second question is, to whomsoever wants to answer it, if we go ahead with this, even with the deficit, which I am feeling uncomfortable about, and we get a substantial figure, even bigger than the proposed deficit, that's doubled or tripled with those overruns of costs, how confident is the CE or staff that we can actually pare back other costs to reduce the deficit in order not to have what will be a substantial reserves drawdown?
The key driver of the deficit that you're seeing in the annual plan is actually the reserve funding of the large scale environment fund. So it's sort of it's separate to, if you like, the rest of the underlying activity spend, where the vast majority of the other activity spend, other than the likes of that one-off, are being funded by operating revenue that's being generated from rates next year or other operating revenue, whether it's subsidies or whatever. So you are looking at, when you look at the deficit, you're looking at the overall all of council spend. Individually, every budget manager will be looking at their own budgets, and if their costs are going up, that's where they'll be looking to, trim their expenditure back. And they do that in much smaller pockets, which are much more manageable. Like, if you imagine when we said, when somebody gets, a budget for $100,000 for something, our inflation assumption that we add on is $2,000 for 2% inflation. In fact, if it's going to be 3%, it's an extra $1,000. So you've got to think of it in terms of the individuals managing the budgets are starting to manage it in small pockets like that to save $1,000 here or there, not millions and millions of dollars at one time.
Oh, look, I absolutely understand that. I'm sorry, I would hate to put those sort of budgets alongside PT right at the moment, which is what's making me nervous.
Councillor Hollier, followed by Councillor Kelleher.
First of all, I've got a process question of, in terms of the rating line set for the wilding pine control, at what stage could I talk about a proposal to consider that?
Okay. Yeah. It would be, in terms of where we are in the process now, very difficult. We obviously can make an amendment, but we are past that point in the process in terms of how we've been working through this to get to the point where we're looking to sign off the plan for next year. So, from a staff perspective and a process perspective, we can always do things that are confirmed in resolutions by the council, but it's not a simple exercise at the moment to go back and amend that, noting that we have delivered on the overall objective, which was the average 0%. So anything we do, we will still have to consider that primary resolution, which was passed some time ago. So sorry, it exactly answer. My real answer is now is very late in the annual plan process to be putting additional motions forward for funding, but your governors, and if that's the willingness around the table, then, we'll have to go away as staff and respond to that.
Okay, I'm just looking at, because this is recommendation number 3, which is adopting the plan, so I thought now's the last chance to do so, right?
That's right.
Okay, so if I'm wanting to table something, is that for debate stage?
So you want to probably signal to the chair your intent to put an additional motion.
Yeah, okay. I intend to put an additional motion.
Could you send it through
Yeah, I would.
to Kelly, or where should she send it?
To governance.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions on the Rescue Helicopter Trust donation. The plan is silent on that, so I'm assuming the assumption is that that will be funded as has been intended by council by Port Otago. Is that correct?
Very much so. I am extremely eager to have Port Otago carry out the arrangement with the Helicopter Trust. And as we speak, might be the time when they're talking about it. It's today or tomorrow in particular to get back to us. So we have in our minds that if for some extraordinary reason Port Otago and the Helicopter Trust could not come to some arrangement, then it will come back to us as a we don't have money set aside for it, but it will come back to us.
So that was my immediate next question then, was around if the unforeseen and unhoped for did occur, that given all the cost pressures that we have at the table and the current climate has placed council under, there would be some means to be able to meet that if the worst happened.
Yeah, and I mean, yes, there's a short answer. We would just need to bring that decision to council and indicate how we would intend to fund it, whether it was reserves or savings elsewhere, and you would need to make that decision. But our understanding is that should that fail to materialise, council is looking for us to bring a paper back confirming that your intent to continue funding it.
Great, thank you.
No further questions. I understand Councillor Malcolm is likely to move this with it being seconded by Councillor Gardner. And
Yeah, comfortable to move all 5 in one.
Right.
Chair.
And Councillor Hollier may be sending something through for us to look at as well. And Councillor Laws, are you wanting a question or are you wanting to start the debate?
Just to indicate that when the debate's moved and seconded, I'd be happy to enter it.
So just for appropriate process point of view, Amanda will correct me if I'm wrong, but we probably need to take Matt's first, because if that gets support, we won't be able to take the rest of the motions today. So if we deal with that first, if comfortable, yeah.
I move that we adjourn until that's available. But it is.
Oh, it's a doubling of the. Sorry. Can I ask a question to do with the amendment?
Sure can.
Could you explain it first?
Oh, would it help for Councillor Hollier to explain it first, and then you can see what
I'll give the question and he can include as part of the explanation. I'm just wondering, did we consult on that particular issue? We didn't. Thank you.
Seconder for this motion? You haven't got a seconder, Councillor Hollier.
Can I just, because I don't know what it's referring to. Sorry.
Oh, it's for the Wilding, sorry, the subject line of my email was for the Wilding Pine control rate per property. So that's what it's referring to.
And just to be clear, what the chief executive just said is if we were to adopt that, then it's going to then change the process for approving the rest of the recommendations that are made in this agenda item.
Yes, and we haven't consulted on it.
Thank you.
Point of order. Does Matt get no opportunity to explain that beyond what he's done already?
I think if you haven't got a seconder, then you haven't got something, but I'm happy to follow the.
You've got discretion to leave it, so.
Would we like to hear councillor Hollier's explanation and wait and see if that galvanises something into
Happy to second that. I think pro forma is the term. And that will let debate.
Okay, do we want to take a break here? Yeah.
No, that's correct.
Thank you, and my apologies for the process. I guess the intention was to have a chance to at least speak to this, and if the motion fails, I'm perfectly relaxed about it. But for this final year of the long-term plan, I propose that this increase, which is a per property, it's not targeted and it's not tied to capital value, it's purely aligned on every property's rate across the district, across the region. And having got a very good understanding of this portfolio and the scale and scope of work done in this area, especially across Central Otago and the Wakatipu, but further across into the wider Otago area, where the spread and extent of wild and conifer and its impact on the farming productivity and the biodiversity of the area is truly extraordinary, and the trend is going through in terms of the overall impact is getting worse and worse. And so this additional money, there's a very strongly well-established networks that ORC manages and influences through the network of community groups. So that what I'm proposing is additional money would easily be able to be deployed through these existing ORC managed works. It doesn't mean more reports, it doesn't mean more overheads. It means that money will be efficiently and effectively delivered to those groups who are actively getting out there trying to dent the fight from this invasive plague of pest plants. So whilst the MPI is the major funder of the regional program with over $1 million per annum anticipated for the 26-27 financial year, I'm proposing this increase would change the ORC's contribution from $300,000 to over $500,000. This would enable greater impact and more direct influence from the community groups who are on the ground delivering action. Also noting that they will consume fossil fuels with their price going up in that area as well. So the major issue I don't think needs to be tabled here in terms of the scale and scope of the pest effect of the pine trees, but every dollar spent now is a dollar, or it's a lot and multiple dollars saved in the future. And the effect on the overall line of the total rating bill would still keep us very close, or keep us under it's a very small figure in the overall scheme of things for the total rate funding. So I don't believe it will make a significant change to the percentage of a zero rate increase that the community has been expecting from us. However, the benefit of this additional $300,000 would be significant in the environmental efforts that affect both farming and native flora and fauna. That's me tabling my information. Thank you for listening.
Okay, can I just ask a question? I probably should know this, but not only have we not consulted on this, but what it is one half of a thing. It's a rate that we haven't consulted on, and it's not what we would do with the rate either. Wouldn't we usually consult on sort of what we were wanting? I mean,
There'd have to be an assessment as to whether this triggered the need for consultation. I think we haven't included it in any material to date in terms of what we were proposing in year 3 of the annual plan. There's a material change. You know, I think Matt outlined probably pretty fairly that it's not significant in terms of the overall rating bill. So I don't think it necessarily triggers a need for formal consultation, but it hasn't been included to date, is probably all I'd say. And it's not included in all the draft material we've got that we're seeking sign off for as per the previous instructions from council. So, that's where it's standing. I think Matt's summary was pretty good.
Questions? Did you have your hand up before, or I got that left over from? Right, councillor Wilson.
Look, I have a huge amount of sympathy for the Wild Carnival project, but I don't particularly like the method this is providing. So the question though is there anything precluding, once we've set in space the large scale environmental fund, that should the priority be Wild Pines, that they could be accessing some of the funding through that?
No, there's nothing preventing council from making whatever decisions you want under that large scale fund.
Thank you.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. I seconded this because I think it's important to have this discussion, and it's a very valid issue that councillor, and an important issue councillor Holly has raised. And I think I remember supporting this unsuccessfully in the long-term plan.
Sorry, is this a question or are you in debate?
No, I think we're in debate, aren't we?
Right.
Sorry, thought we were. We are in debate?
Apparently.
Yes, right. However, I come back to sort of the appropriate decision-making process, and the two things that this is so late in the annual plan process, and we haven't had time to look at all those implications, and I can't think of any implications, but then we haven't had time to look at this. So though it's important that this is raised for discussion, and I did second it pro forma, I won't be supporting it continuing through. Thank you.
Councillor Hollier, followed by Councillor Kelleher.
Point of order. Is that now motion gone if the seconder, so it's now no longer seconded?
No, it is seconded. I think the seconder says that he will second it, but he won't be voting for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. The sentiments I get, the timing's just missed the boat in simple terms, and to try and flip now is I don't think good governance at the end of the day, and I don't think that's a reflection on what Matt's trying to do. I get it. I think it's one of those cases that we're too far down a process to back out of it now. And clearly I think it's an issue going forward that we will certainly be considering for the new long-term plan going forward. So yeah, as much as I'd like to support it, I think the timing's just off, unfortunately.
Councillor Kelleher, followed by Councillor Gardner.
Yeah, thank you. I share Matt's sentiment around the need to bring it now, because we are in this process with a very fait accompli document that is being considered and approved far earlier than it normally would be. So he rightly so is grabbing the opportunity while he has it available. And in sitting in the Wild Pine group with Matt and having looked at the desperate need for more funds and the good work that the groups are doing, then absolutely it makes sense that more money would be needed. Now, whether that should be coming from the poor old flogged ratepayers or whether it should be coming from other avenues and the poor old flogged ratepayers, unfortunately, I don't think now is the right time to be making a sort of arbitrary number on the fly. So it is a very small number then across every property. We need to treat uniform rates very carefully because the temptation will be to do that on a whole heap of things. So sorry, Matt, can't support you on this one, but do appreciate the good intent of what you're doing.
I agree with my fellow councillors where Matt's coming from. Incredibly important priority. It's just slightly unfortunate timing, but I think hopefully from today, Matt can rest assured that it is a priority issue for everyone around the table, and we're keen to crack into the work in the next step.
Councillor Noon.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. In my view, we've got 51 pests in the pest plan, and they're probably all credible in terms of reducing their impact. Wilding conifers, wilding pines, yeah, sure, they are important to control. But you alluded to, Alan alluded to having a debate in our last long-term plan discussion, and I think your efforts should be put in that process and hopefully gaining a 10-year commitment rather than a potentially 1-year commitment through this current meeting.
I am more than happy to, as chair, make a commitment to see what the portfolio leads and others interested in wilding pines would like to see as a sense of direction for that, to help get better input into both the long-term plan proposal for wilding pines, because of course the action plans we were dealing with were 2 years, not 1 year, and that's the next year of that. And also what approaches we want to ourselves and with any other councils make to central government to see what we can convince them to come up with more. So those are two bits to that problem if this does not pass. Councillor Malcolm.
If I just refer to EDA 3, which is our priority from that we've said, which is support community and volunteer efforts to control wilding pines, advocate for fair contributions from government and those responsible for the source of wildings. That's where our efforts should be. This is not, I would say, a ratepayer of my constituencies doing, and even though it is a small increase, we would get some significant resistance. But this is a clear responsibility of central government, and that's where we should be hitting. They've started off a plan that needs to be carried through, but we need to ensure that the right people are actually paying to remove this pest and not the ratepayers that aren't affected by it. So I can't support this, but do look forward to working through solutions and opportunities in the long-term plan process.
Any further debate? We'll put the motion. Oh, sorry, right of reply, Councillor Hollier.
Thank you, if you don't mind. Look, I appreciate everybody's sentiment, and I understand the process and protocols that need to be entered into for this sort of stuff. The opportunity for action tied to getting good stuff done at the right time is huge. And whilst we have obligations to the community, we also have obligations to the environment, and we need to make sure that we have a balance between protocols and making sure actions are achieved in the right place. I fully look forward to a good conversation about this through the long-term plan, and we'll be spending a lot of time over forthcoming months understanding it better in terms of what the opportunities are. Yes, we can look to central government to help us in a big way, and that already provides a large percentage of the money for the wilding conifer control. However, we also can't look over our shoulder and expect someone else to do it. We as a community, as a region, benefit from the scenic splendour, the biodiversity, and the water retention, the problems with water that are created by wilding conifers and trees in the wrong place. So, we can look at other people and wait for somebody else to step in, or we can step up ourselves, and I'll be encouraging a very forthright and robust approach to not just this pest, but other pests, and saying, right, we as a community need to step in. So thank you. I anticipate the failure of this motion, which I'm entirely relaxed about, but I wanted to make sure this information was tabled and everybody understood the point of view. So thank you for your time.
All right, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against?
No.
No. The motion is lost. Yes. Councillor Malcolm.
Yes, Chair. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Matt, and really do appreciate the intent behind it. So I would now like to move, and I think I can do that in bulk, from resolutions, our recommendations 1 to 5. So move.
Fine.
Quite right. Would you like me to say?
Hardly see you.
Yeah,
We like to hear you.
Well, I'm just going to get your glasses fixed or get some. Yeah, I'd like to move recommendations on the paper, recommendations 1 to 5.
Moved councillor Malcolm, seconded councillor Gardner. Any further
I'll hold.
debate?
Yep.
Councillor Kelleher.
Sorry, thank you. Look, I do want to acknowledge the work that has gone into the situation we find ourselves in now. I want to highlight my concern with what we sit with, though. I know the likes of our fees and charges have all been agreed, which I was opposed to because I still think they're too high. But anyway, year on year, they continue to increase. Year on year, our community has to meet more cost. When you read the summary and the key points, and we have a deficit when we should be balancing budgets. We have introducing new spends. We are highlighting that there is uncompleted work that is affecting our outcome. But all along, I've been really concerned that are we resetting council to the demands of government and the demands of the ratepayers, that they want to see more efficiency. They want to see true efficiency. They want to see better spend for their money. They want less compliance. They want better efficiency from council. And does this annual plan lead us towards that? Unfortunately, the statements that I see in here don't lead us to that. They lead us to just a highlighting that there could be a rates increase at its time in the future. And it is commendable that we've targeted a zero rates increase, but it's got to be a meaningful zero rates increase. Have we signalled and shown detail for a meaningful zero rates increase in here? And there are hints and suggestions that we haven't. So I want to acknowledge the fact that, look, there'll be councils around the country who would love to be in the position of a zero rates increase. But I will be very adamant to see that in the future, we remain at zero or even negative as we strive for more efficiency from this council. And it's crazy on the day that we're sitting in a brand new building. That is a new cost to our ratepayers. So we have much to do yet, and I look forward to doing it and working with everyone to get there. But please be clear, I will be looking for far more efficiency into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Laws. Mute, unmute.
Mute. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that any council that puts out a 0% rate increase for 12 months has done a good job, certainly in terms of intent. To contrast, just down the road in Oamaru and Councillor Malcolm's bailiwick, they're proposing a 19% rate increase for the next financial year. And there are other councils around the country who are struggling to make ends meet. But the Otago Regional Council is in an extraordinary situation of having no effective debt, really, once you counterbalance it against the investment fund. But I do share Councillor Kelleher's concerns, and though I have 2 or 3 of my own. The first is that we are simply proving our inagility to be able to deal with issues. I raised the issue of the planning assumptions during the question time because I just don't think it's good enough that we are putting out a plan for the 26-27 financial year that we know is not accurate. and is based upon a whole series of assumptions that are already invalid as of today and are only going to get more invalid with the passage of time. We should, with the last time we looked at this, according to the notes to this particular item today, was in February. Well, it's April the 29th today. We have plenty of time to update our plan, to pick those assumptions up, to put them in there. That's the nature that you have to deal with the events that confront you. And we have been slow and laggard and cumbersome, and equally we'll end up with a plan that doesn't reflect the reality of the situation that we are confronting now or next month or in the year to come. The second is I'm bemused, and I continue to be, by the Large Scale Environment Fund, which is to promote, to take money for grand initiatives and ideas that still haven't been formed and are not even in an embryonic stage. They live in some fantasy world at the moment, but we're not doing our job when it comes to attacking the pests that have been besetting and besieging our region for years and decades. We don't even measure, in actual fact, if we've got an effective pest plan. We don't even measure if we know what we're doing. We just rate for it anyhow. There are many internal efficiencies that this annual plan will not be addressing, and that is pretty close and high to my priority list. And finally, this, under the planning assumptions, and I don't know if councillors have read them at all, there is a planning assumption related to Te Tiriti o Waitangi and iwi partnerships. And it says as part of that, and I'll quote it to you because I'm sure you won't have read it. It says, the whole of the organisation, that's the Otago Regional Council, is responsible for ensuring adequate level of mana whenua involvement and integrating mataraka, or Mataranga Māori, in this particular case, Mataraka Kaitahu, which is something completely different, but it's the basic concept, in monitoring, reporting and decision-making process. I think that's giving an inordinate amount of power to unelected people, that they can have such an incredible role in setting the decisions and yet effectively are not responsible for the rating demands of our particular region. Unelected, unaccountable, and yet in everything the Otago Regional Council is going to be doing, every day, every decision that's going to be made, we are inaugurating constables of Mataranga Māori, which are not defined, which haven't a clue what they are. None of us sitting around this particular governance table, and we don't know what impact or cost that's going to have upon the Otago Regional Ratepayer. It's an extraordinary surrender of governance responsibility to an unelected group in the community who have their own culture and worldview, no problem with that, but to give them this measure of control is just madness. So I will not be voting for this annual plan.
All right. Yeah. Councillor Wilson. Thank you. Wonderful sound bites from Councillor Laws, but I wasn't going to speak. I'm frustrated that this isn't a balanced budget, but I don't want to put any of that blame on staff. It is a really moving feast, and it's almost impossible. I will take exception though to people, someone who's a co-chair of strategy and comms, berating us not meeting since February to discuss this if it was a strategic thing that we should be improving, because anyone who is a co-chair can be doing it. I'm also going to get frustrated with someone berating a large-scale fund for making environmental good things happen, and adding in Lagosiphon as an action that we have to do without putting in the budget for it. That is just sound bites without actually caring about what the outcomes are, and I find that really, really concerning. The fact that we've come to a zero budget is laudable. It's because it's on the back of a whole lot of huge increases earlier that others councils didn't necessarily have. It's gives me no comfort that we've still got substantial rates rises, but I will be supporting this on the basis that I'd be hoping that every part of council continues to look at any savings and better ways of doing things in order to reduce the burden and hopefully come within the rates without having a deficit. I really hope the government will realise that PT and the value of that and the cost overrides that we will no doubt get need to be at least shared, if not more than half. Those overriding costs will be because of the fuel crisis and the inflation, that they bring their funding to that and help us out. This is the one time where a crisis could be a good reason for people to be on PT. And we need to be focusing on that being an opportunity for change. And we need the funding to be going with that, not just from our ratepayers, but from the government as well. And my frustration here is that our long-term plan probably does not show what those costs are and could be sending a very clear message to government. But I live in hope that our chair and deputy chair going to Wellington, meeting Chris Bishop, not just as wearing his transport hat, may get that message from you in a different way. So I think we need to focus on what the good news is and the work that staff has done and bring us at least this far. There is more work to be done.
Just a brief comment to answer the concerns that Kate and others might have. The government is being bombarded by individually every regional council or every PT provider and collectively by groups of PT providers around the country. And they've asked for that input, but they are, I suspect, being bombarded on an almost hourly basis. It is a rolling maul and we'll just all do the best we can with it.
There's a budget coming in May.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think it's this particular annual plan process is a fraught. It's such a fraught environment to try and nail a budget process in this current environment, and that's just a reality. I think what we've got in front of us is what we asked for. To suggest that it's a way off line or it doesn't come into line with our thinking, which has been since the election. This is exactly what we've been heading for. We spent the day, as we've discussed earlier, about our priority actions. They've been incorporated in this annual plan and over the next couple of years and the following year as well. And we're still sitting for the 26-27 a nil rate increase. So I think that needs to be noted. I think the staff have basically done what we've asked them to do. I wasn't going to criticise Councillor Laws until he spoke, but I think I've got an opportunity to. The suggestion, which is ludicrous, that we don't monitor our pest plan is a joke. We report to the Biosecurity Minister on an annual basis about achieving our objectives in our pest plan. That is a requirement. That is the law. And so it's just a joke. So anyone out there listening to
maybe you should just read it. Actually, Councillor Noon.
I got the floor. Thanks.
You're lying. Councillor Laws, not your turn.
Yeah, for the three people that are listening in the outer place, I just hope that they go out and tell their friends that that is not correct what Michael Laws said at this council meeting. So well done, staff. Thank you for getting us to this point, and look forward to the long-term planning process, which will be triggered off later on this year, to get our teeth into some of the other topics that we've discussed today, but haven't felt that it's been appropriate to add them in.
Any further debate? Councillor Gillespie.
Thank you.
Yeah, just, I wasn't going to speak until Councillor Noon said a couple of things, but
Blame him for the
I'm
meeting.
not going to reflect on anybody because I don't need to. Just remind me of something that is really important, and that is that this is what we asked for. I think that's really important. Is it perfect? No. Will it be wrong? Yes. Will inflation do something to us and something else? Yes. But that happens every year, no matter what. So I think that the thought of having to redo numbers because of what we know has happened so far, that will turn out to be some sort of result. But from my experience in these things, it will not be 100% accurate. And that just means that if we do have an issue with meeting our budget, as a chief executive and his team, we have to look about how they cut the cloth to make it fit. And the bit about any concerns about the unbalanced budget, my take on that, it's purely an accounting way of looking at things that's being funded largely from either reserves or savings in other budgets from other years. So I don't think it's an issue for us to be concerned about either. So I think we've got what we asked for, and it's not perfect, but it's a really good start to going forward. And in an environment where it is so uncertain, I think we've done a pretty good job.
Councillor Malcolm, right of reply.
Thank you, Chair. It's a really interesting space we're in, aren't we? And just to remind again from Councillor Noon that we are actually, and if people have concerns on issues, the Regional Pest Management Plan is currently under review, and we're beginning that now. So if people want to partake, the presentations that we have on it and the advice we'll be seeking from it and the opportunities to consult on it will be wide and varied. So if anyone wants to change any reporting mechanisms or anything that we attack, that will be a great opportunity. The large-scale environmental fund, we're actually dealing with that later on in today's papers. So that will be another opportunity to get into that topic. And if I just, our very next paper will be our long-term plan, 2027 to 2037, which we will have every opportunity there to set our priorities. Again, we've just set some exceptional priorities and that we will action very soon, in this part of the triennium. But during our long-term plan, the review of how we deal with any part of our community will be done within that long-term plan. So within that long-term process, we will have plenty of presentations, plenty of opportunities to work with our communities, and plenty of opportunities for councillors to sit and give their opinions and garner support for no matter how we want to deal with any part of our community. So the long-term plan is exactly that. And I invite all councillors with concerns in any of those areas to ensure that they take the time to attend those workshops. There'll be presentations and any of those public consultations to ensure that they get their points across and we get the votes accordingly to hopefully to the way they're heading. We are in an exceptionally fortunate position of our council, and that's built up over many years. We have reserves, and you have reserves for the tough times. These are tough times. So to dig a wee bit into those reserves is, in my opinion, prudent, providing that in the future we don't create too big of an impact on future rates. So that's what we have to be mindful of when we do that. And that's, I think, is one of the concerns that our auditors always bring on. All very well to use reserves, but what's the impact ongoing? So we need to be very, very clear. Assumptions. We pass this today, and I hope we do all vote. A majority of good people will vote and support all these 5 recommendations. If we have an earthquake tomorrow, we'll probably have to ask our CE to have a look at it. And we've done, our staff have gone away, worked to the known facts of the time. We are in a daily changing environment. We are going out with a solid document that represents the services we are going to make our best endeavours to deliver. And under the watchful guide of our CE, we will be delivering the very best value for money that we can. And I endorse the words of Councillor Gillespie. It probably will be wrong tomorrow, but It is the document that we will go forward with, and we will drive into our long-term plan as this table, and from this table, we can shape the ORC, how we want to take it into the future. But today is about getting surety for our staff, surety for our community, that we've got an annual plan that we're going to work hard to deliver and keep within budget. Thank you.
Right, I'm going to put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Carried. Do you want your vote against recorded, councillor?
Sure. Thank you.
We will now break for till 4:10 sharp.
Yeah.
That gives you that. It's been told.
Right, recommencing this meeting and can't get enough of them. We have our portfolio leads, Councillor Malcolm and Councillor Gardner here again, talking about 10.3 on our agenda. Over to you, who's leading this?
I've had a diligent hiccup, but I will still, I wouldn't throw anyone a hospital pass at this late stage of the day. So could someone give me the page that this starts on? Could you the computer
Should be
here?
page
175.
For some reason, my front page is gone. Do that. My apologies. I was early, but now I've made you late. So at the front of the table, the preparation of this paper and the process that will take us through the long-term plan development for 2027, 2037 is Jasmine and Joanne, led by Amanda and with support from finance from Nick Donnelly. So this is where, for this governance table, where the rubber will really hit the road, the opportunity for us to set the direction of the ORC for the next, certainly the rest of our triennium, and certainly for the next 3 to 10 years. So this paper simply outlines the process that we'll undertake, and the advice tells us, although there is substantial reform to local government that has been signalled by government, the long-term plan process is still necessary and it's still our legal obligation. It is where we set, where government sets and confirms the priorities of council, specifically for the next 3 years, from 2027 to 2030, and more broadly for the following 7 years to 2037. So if you look in your document, paragraph 13, that outlines our legislative purpose of the LTP as determined by Local Government Act 2002, and paragraph 15 outlines the key elements and statutory components. You'll also note on paragraphs 22 and 23, which is the role of elected members within that process. Just reminding, and the chair and I use this regularly when we are touring about and mixing with others in regional councils, that we have, no matter what the government plans to do, we're actually determined to ensure that the ORC is the very best regional council in New Zealand. And it is where the LTP gives us that opportunity to ensure we set that direction and make it solid. It will actually require all us as councillors, as I stated in the previous paper, that the councillors will have to actively participate in all community engagement opportunities, presentations and policy decisions. That's actually part of our role. But we, as governors, have also signalled to Mr. Saunders and his team that we will be requiring greater analysis of the activities council undertakes, and we'll need to know specifically that what of those activities are mandatory or discretionary, and how those activities will add to the work that we are doing as an organisation. So we have two recommendations. One endorses the LTP 2027-37 process outlined in this report and notes the role of the ORC elected members, as I said, stated in 22 and 23. So our staff are eager and really keen to get on with this process. And so as governors, we need to ensure that we're eager and keen to support them and ensure we set the direction that we want as a governance table for the ORC. So I'll gladly hand to staff.
Thank you, Councillor Malcolm. I'm not sure that I have anything further to add to that. I think you have covered it wonderfully. Thank you.
Right, we will move into questions, and might I suggest as we move forward this in this stage of the day that you read the thing you're asking questions about and see whether your question is useful or necessary, or whether you need to know it to help you make the decision. Right, any questions? Councillor Noon.
Yes, my questions are to do with the infrastructure strategy, and we adopted one obviously 3 years ago. So it's we're going to go year 4 into that infrastructure strategy. What effort needs to be contributed to bring that to be relevant for the 27-37 long-term plan? I'm just trying to understand the process and how detailed it needs to be, because what I understand last time, it was a massive effort, and I'm just wondering whether we are able to cut ourselves some slack in any way, shape or form, but still meet the act.
Yeah, good question. Unfortunately, Tom's away sick today, so I can't defer to him, but I have had a discussion about infrastructure strategy because it was a significant piece of work. Most of that will be able to be relied on, but it will need to be refreshed. I think one thing the council needs to consider is the recent investment from the government in the Before the Dam Use program has essentially pulled forward some of the work in our schemes that we had in that infrastructure strategy for our years to make the most of that funding. So there is a question now for council around the appetite of identifying additional projects we might put forward for funding, which would require accelerating some of the work in that previous strategy. So I think what I'd say is a lot of the information that underpin that strategy will still be relevant, but there is some refreshing that's required in terms of the future program of works. So Tom will be able to give you a better answer, but that was my initial read from a conversation with him.
Cool. Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. In a earlier paper on the efficiency review, there was a line item in there that hadn't been done yet, which was about data monitoring, and it was a heavy weight and heavy effect. So it was a beneficial thing to do, but it was going to take some, I think it was action 4.1, to develop a data management framework and adopt common data standards. And I appreciate it's an interesting time to be in that space, but how will that sort of stuff work with going into the long-term plan to ensure that we fund that? Because obviously it's a lot of work. And the only other one part of that is making sure that it's that it's fit for purpose for local government reform and potential community engagement.
Yeah, good question, Kate.
Or leave it until Tom gets back.
No. I can answer. So the reason I'm sort of stretching a little bit is that this one is becoming wrapped up in the central government's national program around data and data underpinning, particularly the new resource management system. So there's a significant number of conversations happening around aggregating data at a national level and setting consistent data standards for all councils to follow. So we need to just be cognizant of that program of work and understand how that would affect anything we did within Otago. So there's a number of things alongside the fact that's just an enormous task to undertake that we would need to consider before we brought you something that said, we think there's an important project here, the efficiency review has highlighted it, and in order for us to deliver it, it looks like this and costs that. So whether we will be, I would hope we'd be in a position through the long-term plan to bring something back, but I'm also, that might flag that there are projects happening at a national level that impact what we think as staff we should be doing. So that's what myself and Tom and Anita will be keeping
an eye on. And we could waste a lot of money if we did this. No, that's fine. Thank you. I just should have asked that earlier.
Councillor Gillespie.
Excuse me. Today in the previous agenda items, one of the themes that came out in the questions was about the efficiency of the organisation and are we doing things efficiently, therefore driving the rates requirements and all those things. So would I be correct in assuming that this long-term plan is going to give us every opportunity to look at those efficiencies going forward over the next 10 years?
Yeah, I would expect the process to bring you sufficient detail that you can make those assessments.
Thank you.
Moving, if there's no further questions, we'll move into debate. Councillor Malcolm.
Oh, happy to move. Yep, happy to move both recommendations.
And seconded Councillor Gardner. Any contributions from anybody? Right, we will put the motion.
If I could just a quick right of reply, just a couple of things I missed at the introduction.
Nobody said anything, so.
Fine.
You want to reply when nobody said anything?
Oh, no. Well, I won't worry about, let's just vote.
Okay. So all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Well, stop.
Replied itself.
Saved half an hour.
Moving on to 10.4, which has leading us as portfolio leads, Councillor Noon and Councillor Byers. And this is a paper presenting options to council for the adoption of the large-scale environmental fund delivery model.
Excellent, thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, we've got Libby, the Environmental Implementation Manager, and Soraya, who is the, look at my notes, Project Delivery Specialist for Freshwater and Biodiversity. So welcome both, good to have you here. So this large-scale environmental fund has had quite a gestation period over the last couple of years when it was first talked about. The discussion in our last LTP, I believe. We also had the independent company Frequency New Zealand Limited, who provided direction around how this fund would operate in terms of the framework around the fund allocation process or delivery model. And that's really what this paper is about today. It's determining an appropriate delivery model. And just on that, we had a workshop several months ago, this a couple of months ago, and I just want to read out what the general themes were from that workshop. The delivery model and fund allocation process needed to be robust, or will need to be robust, needs to be fair, flexible, not overly complicated, achieves a spread of environmental investment across Otago, aligns with our strategic directions and priority actions. It's an accountable and, alongside it sits an accountable and reporting regime that's not overly onerous, but thorough, and with open, clear messaging and communication about, what this fund is all about, and ensuring that we inform our community in an appropriate way. And with the emphasis on that clarity, we need to make sure that whether they're applicants that are inquiring about this particular fund, whether they're ratepayers or any other interested party, we need to be clear and concise in terms of the understanding of what this fund's all about. Before we go to Libby and Soraya, just to follow up any questions, I just want to touch on the actual recommendations. So as I said, this is about finalising the delivery model. There are 4 recommendations there: targeted investment approach, contestable funding approach, combination of a contestable fund model and a targeted investment approach, and also the option of do not progress. So under recommendation 2, my suggestion, option 3, the combination of a contestable fund model and targeted investment approach would best deliver based on the workshop, based on a lot of the direction that we got from that external agency, Frequency New Zealand. And my only other bit I would add would be I would like to see a commitment to a review after a couple of years. And with that in mind, That's obviously a governance role to do that. But with that in mind, I'd like to think that we could involve iwi in that process, and also a couple of community reps. And I immediately think of people like Mandy Bell from Wanaka, or Chris Arbuckle, who's an environmental consultant, Reese Miller. Those sorts of people, I think it'd be good to have some community input as we review the success of that environmental fund. Libby, I'm going to ask you, or actually I'll go to Richard, because he has some on behalf of staff.
Thanks. Andrew, really good introduction. Good to reflect on those workshop points as well. So yeah, just I guess from a staff perspective in terms of process, and I've been working on this one a little bit with staff. Where we're at in the process is appreciating there has been a number of conversations about the direction of this fund, and we had that workshop to really pin down with the new council how you wanted the fund to be managed. So what we've now set out in this report is what we believe we heard, and some options for carrying that forward. The next stage, which wouldn't take long to do, subject to a decision from council today, is to very quickly pull together the artifacts or templates, whatever you want to call it, that and the process as it stands to get that approved, ready for implementation in this upcoming financial year. So we're just looking for that direction today, and staff will be able to go away and prepare the documents that will ensure that it is a robust process, that we have the right arrangements in place with groups who are part of these funding conversations, and also the right assurance processes off the back of those to manage any of those funding agreements. So that's where we're at, looking for to get some direction, appreciating it has been around for a while, and we know there's a lot of interest in this fund. So happy between the three of us, we will do our best to answer questions. Over to you, Chair.
Anything else? Sorry, Madam Chair, but I'm just checking with Libby and Soraya that you've got nothing else to add to.
Nothing else, thank you.
Questions? Councillor Hollier. Councillor Hollier.
Is there any expectation that there'll be a different time frame between amongst any of the three options in terms of getting applications done and money out the door to people that are successful through any of them?
You're not.
I'm just looking at the paper. There is.
I'm ignoring the fourth one.
There was one of the options we said it would take a little bit longer, which is option 2, where that's more resource to administer, but it's not. It won't take longer to get it out the door, I don't think.
Yeah, so essentially option 2 being a fully contestable model that would require an application period, an assessment period, and then an agreement period. Our assessment is that's likely to take a little bit longer because it's almost running a tender and RO process. The other processes where using the council's priority actions, it's almost direct approach, obviously reduces some of that time.
Councillor Laws and Councillor Kelleher.
Just remind me again, the 25-26 $2 million is being funded from reserves, and then it's anticipated that the 26 to 27 and ongoing will be funded from rates. Is that right?
No, so the 25-26, the first part of that was correct, Michael. The 25-26 was to be reserve funded, but we're in a position where we won't get that money out the door in this financial year. That's just because we haven't completed direction on the process and the process itself. So the decision taken in the annual plan for 26-27 is to reserve fund the 2 million again. So that's how it's sitting in the annual plan that you've just adopted in the prior paper.
So the 27-28 will be out of rates then?
Subject to long-term plan decision, correct.
Right, because, okay, so I'm also anticipating that the objections on option 2, well, not objections, but considerations as to timing delay would also apply to option 3, wouldn't they? Because you've still got a contestable funding model in there?
Yes, potentially. It would just be less of that time if we had a hybrid model, because the direct funding we could get out quicker potentially than the contestable part.
And finally, I mean, everyone is interested in free money. So, I mean, $2 million suddenly being available you've suggested there are a number of groups already interested in this. Is there a danger that we're simply going to fritter it away for a whole series of what are going to be much smaller projects? So the general concept of making a discernible impact upon the environment through a large investment of it will be militated by those smaller projects being funded?
So the intention of the fund is to support large catchment scale or system-wide environmental projects. So the intention is that those larger scale projects would be what we fund through this funding. But it would be ultimately up to council to decide which projects we do support at the end of the day. But the intention of the fund is that they're large scale and it's not frittered away with smaller projects.
So when you talk about groups and the kind of projects, I'd like to get some idea, I'm sure everybody else would too. How many projects are you thinking that this would fund?
So I'll tell you, it's too early to say, Michael, but if we think about the sort of things that this council has funded in the past, and I only use this as an example, so this is not, but we're just got to pick something better. We've previously funded annually Predator Free Dunedin, which is a landscape scale project. We all know that is the type of landscape scale project with a clearly defined objectives and delivery we would be looking at. We know that there could be a number of those projects, and some of them have been identified, or at least there's been an indication from council through your priority actions about the type of projects you have an interest in staff looking at. So we would need to go through that exercise and understand what projects could potentially be stood up and delivered, what other parties might be involved from either the funding or delivery, and then what our contribution might be. So there would be an exercise for staff to go through.
So then you're going to get all those projects in, if you're going to go to the contestable model. I just want to know this because it'll then drive my vote. And then you're going to rank them. Is that right? Or we're going to rank them? And presumably cut off it off somewhere down that ranking list of applicants.
So if you give the direction you give us today, we will be coming back and it'll be June with exactly what that process will be. But one of those things that the council table is going to have to decide is the process by which you select the projects to invest in. And you being councillors being that's my expectation, whether that's full council, whether that's a panel you appoint, that's the sort of thing we'll be seeking direction on in that next paper. When we finalise the process.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add to that? We could also set a minimum amount of funding that we want to provide out if that is something that councillors are worried about, but we can bring that back in June.
Councillor Gallagher.
Sorry, I may have missed this, but it's just under option 3. I'm struggling to understand the contestable and targeted combined approach. Is it targeted to a number of groups that then become contestable in a tighter grouping, or is it targeted to a certain number of groups and then contestable to everyone else sitting alongside that?
It's the second option that you just described. So that's what we're proposing, but if there's feedback on that, then we can take that away. But we're proposing that part of the funding would be set aside for targeted investment, depending on what we receive, what projects there are, and that then another part of the funding would be contestable.
So you could have 2 separate groups.
So Gareth, probably, effectively it's running a dual process. But what we're looking to do is say, council has set some priority actions, and there's some actions that sit within catchment action plans in the areas we've done them. We could target investment into those areas because we know that there are groups on the ground or a collection of groups that could deliver an outcome consistent with those objectives that have been set. There may well be groups in the community who see the priority actions you've just voted on and think, well, we can deliver a project that will achieve the outcomes that council is setting in those priority actions. And they can approach us to tell us how they would go about that. And then it ensures that we're not excluding groups because we either don't know about them or we're not, we haven't worked with them in terms of their capability to deliver against some of those actions. So it leaves the door open for those groups to approach us and effectively pitch a project that will deliver on the priority outcomes that you've set, as opposed to just doing targeted, where we are solely picking the projects and the groups we will work with. So it's enabling both sides, but we wouldn't be in a position, in my mind, where we would effectively running dual processes for the same outcome, because that wouldn't happen. We would be managing that in a way that would bring everyone in the tent and we'd deal with that action. What I see the contestable being is for those actions where we don't identify the groups, and it gives them an avenue to come in and at least start the conversation with us.
Right, but the rigour that each of them would have to bring to their applications, it would be the same.
Correct.
Even though in a targeted approach, those that are targeted may feel as though they have the sort of ear of council already, that they've been targeted because council favours them as opposed to anybody else.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it's favoured. I mean, I think it's because council has chosen to prioritise particular actions, but the rigour for the process itself, in terms of the agreements and the contracts and the objectives and the assurance, would be exactly the same for any party entering the process.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Robertson.
Look, I thank you. Look, I think it's a great report. I've got one doubt, and that is that in the way that we've funded specialists or projects in the past, we've got some really good intelligence about how those projects run, but those communities that haven't been part of that don't necessarily can't access that information so easily to present. And there's an opportunity that we will get a whole lot of applications from really good groups that may not know the best techniques, and that's a hard thing to overcome. So I'm just wondering what assistance will be out there, but to make sure that when putting an application together or when we approach them, that we know that it's the best application it can be to confront the issues. And the example I will get is predator-free. There's some wonderful consultants involved in that, and we've got one around Matt here around the council who knows this stuff really well. But if you weren't involved in those groups, you're doing a different area. It actually isn't that logical to find that information out. There isn't a centre of excellence for it. And so we're leaving some areas potentially with a harder pitch to make if they haven't got those existing projects. So I'm just wondering, how can we facilitate the best answers or solutions to those?
So that's a good question. So we've got staff that can be out supporting, talking to groups about this opportunity and what we're looking for in terms of council's priority actions and catchment action plan actions, if that is something that is wanting to be delivered. I think that idea that you've just raised around the centre of excellence is a good one. And because this will be the first year of the fund, we could set something up to support people in the future around sharing stories. We can use the website to share stories and best practice advice. There's lots of opportunities to provide information to people and to help them create those proposals. That is something that we would work into to each application. We don't expect we're going to receive an application and we won't need to provide any feedback at all. So we can work with them to create the proposal.
So having a condition of a report back that may share the learnings is a doable thing. And I don't want to make it onerous, but there is some really good data that could be retrieved and understood from that. So thank you. I hope that we can, I don't want to make a motion around it, but I think it's the step we need.
I think, Kate, to be fair to say that my interactions, and I'm sure many of you have as well, with those groups who are involved in this, are more than willing to share learnings and expertise to assist other groups who are looking to do similar work.
Councillor Robertson.
I think the answer is that the detail would come back in June, but anyway, in terms of the contestable funding versus and targeted approach, could you have staging of those so that you could have the proportion that went to targeted and contestable differed, Like, for example, if you opened up the timing and the applications for, well, no, it's not applications. You assess the targeted first and you realised, wait a second, the council's priorities, we've actually fully allocated that already, that the contestable then, the proportion for that could change each time. Would you be considering stuff like that when it came back to us in June or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah.
Councillor Malcolm.
I'm probably slightly contrary to that, but I understand exactly where Councillor Roberts is heading. So under option 3, and Richard, after your explanation that gives, while it gives us the ability to target, it also gives us the ability to attract people we may not necessarily know about, which to me sounds really good. But have we still the opportunity, if the real deal arrives and it is the best option for environmental gain and on a large scale, will we still have the ability to supply that full $2 million to that project, should that project be good enough and meet all our criteria?
Yeah, and ultimately, all of those options are on the table, and you know, that'll depend if you choose to put a cap on things. But at the moment, there's nothing like that being proposed, so it's an option if the table feels it's the right one.
Thank you.
I presume that the combination of targeted and open expressions of interest, my thought is how that would happen is that there's some people we know who are working in an area that we have identified as a priority, and other people who you guys didn't know and we mightn't have known, but we bump into in the community and we say, hey, you guys could get in amongst that. Why don't you get in touch with our staff? And is that how you see that happening? So,
yeah, I think that's one way that it can happen. We can also advertise it so that anyone can approach us at any time and talk about what they might like to do, and we can give them advice around, because we also have separately the Eco Fund. So some of those smaller projects that we were talking about at the start might fit better in Eco Fund. So yeah, we can provide advice on anything that anyone's wanting to know.
But I would be interested in seeing how you try and deal with the awkwardness of advertising some of those things, because if you advertise them in some ways, you'll just have myriads of people who aren't. That puts it back into being like, if we chose option 3, going out looking for people to try and push their round peg into a square box so as that they can get money from us isn't really the point of it to me. Is that?
So I think advertise not in terms of advertising the fund, advertising you've now set your priorities. Well, as of today, and we've got to go and work on some 1-pagers, and we've got the caps being developed as well. So this council is starting to talk about the priority outcomes you're looking for in the region. There will be groups that have an idea about how they would contribute to those, and there will be opportunities available through Libby and the team and through councillors direct to talk about how council might be able to support those aspirations.
Yeah, so you'd be advertising the aspirations and seeing if there's people out there who want to engage.
I would say advertising, probably not. Yeah, not in the traditional sense of advertising.
Councillor Gardner.
Councillor Kelleher raised a really good point for me, because I didn't read option 3 that way. If I give you an example of, say, a large, say, $1 million wilding pine effort through Central Otago, how would that work through? Because I thought it was a true hybrid thing, not a separation of, we would target some people for some projects and contestable for others. I thought you'd have both on one project. Does that make sense? So I've read that wrong.
I don't know if you've read it wrong. I think what you're saying is that we could say we want someone to go and do wild and conifer work, for example, and approach them, and then that we wouldn't enable them to, another group to come to us in the contestable form. Is that what you're asking?
No, I think in my mind, option 3 gave you the option to, you've got the priority project and you go out and you target the people who do that work already, but you are open to expressions of interest and other groups to
Yes.
approach.
Yes.
Sorry, just before it just sounded like there was different branches in that. So thank you for clearing that up.
Further questions? Right, would you, Chanel and Kevin, like to move a motion at all?
You moved it already, Andrew. Oh, sorry. Sorry, no,
That's right.
I'm just being overwhelmed by Chanel and Kevin. Sorry.
The portfolio leads
Can't use this all day.
like to move, and you indicated, I think, that you wanted to move option 3. Was that the?
That's correct, Madam Chair. Yep. So I'm happy to move 1. We note the report, and 2, that we adopt option 3, which is a combination of targeted investment and open expressions of interest, and 3, that we approve the staff finalising the detailed design, criteria and administration, etc. And I would also like to add that I'm open to suggestions around the wording, but a 4 that basically says that that a review is undertaken by governance after a 2-year or within a 2-year period, with the involvement of some individual stakeholders, i.e. an iwi rep and a community rep, for example, something along those lines, but I'm open to suggestions.
Can I just suggest with that, Andrew, as to whether we incorporate that review condition in the June paper when you sign off the process?
No problem. So, okay, we'll just stick to the 3 recommendations that are on the audit paper, but just making sure that recommendation 2 includes option 3.
And councillor Byers wants to second that motion?
I can second number 1.
I'll second. I'll second 1.
We'll second number 1, but not number 2 with option 3.
No.
Okay.
I'll happily second that. Okay.
So we'll do them separately.
Cool.
I think we can just move into a vote on this one.
I don't need to speak to the first one.
Yeah. All those in favour that we note this report?
Michael's got his hand up. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Michael.
Sorry, are we not going to debate the options, Madam Chair?
Yes, but we were going to divide it into 2. Okay. Okay. Clean option. Councillor Noon moves both of them, 3, the combination, and Councillor Wilson seconds that combination, and then we vote individually on the.
Just one debate.
Yeah, one debate, but we vote on them individually.
So move.
5, Robbie. 5.
I don't know what's happening.
Okay, Michael,
Well,
councillor Law, would you like
I
to?
understand it now, councillor Noon and councillor Wilson are moving option 3, is that correct?
Yes.
Well, then
It's
I'll let them speak to the motion first, as mover and seconder.
Happy to.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I think I alluded to the themes that came through in the workshop about being fair, robust, flexible, aligning with our strategic directions and priority actions, ensuring there's appropriate accountability, transparency, a clear communication, all lines of communication that are concise, so we reach out to, whether, like I said earlier, whether it's an applicant or a ratepayer or an interested party. So I think option 3 just gives you that broader scope to be able to meet, I think, the overall intent of what we're trying to do here with this fund. I believe that the fund has the ability to return a lot more environmental investment across Otago than the $2 million. If you consider Jobs for Nature or any other environmental project that has occurred over many years or recent years or whatever, there's always a huge volunteer contribution, and that is always of significant value. So I can see that playing a big part in this large scale environment fund. I also see the ability for businesses to be able to get involved as well, whether by way of sponsorship or funding support, and of course the option for other external funding agencies that have policies around supporting environmental enhancement. So I can see the fund being much more financially beneficial to the Otago environment than just the $2 million. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Somerville, I take it you will want to speak to this, Councillor Laws, but not
Thank
yet.
you.
Put your hand up when you're ready.
Thank you.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Look, I'll support this very strongly. I think it looks like something very significant for the environment of Otago, and it's a significant tool that the Otago Regional Council can wield, working alongside community groups and businesses in Otago. My preference initially was for targeted direct funding, but very happy to go to introduce the flexibility of allowing contestable funding for some parts of that. So I very much support the recommendations that have been moved.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. My vote will be against. If I was asked and I was too slow to get in, my vote was for option 4. Not that I don't support an end outcome of the environmental fund being found at some point, but we have been debating and discussing this for some time. I don't believe we've arrived at a suitable model, and I don't believe a suitable model was actually portrayed to what I would have hoped to have seen in the report. We say that because it's more money, we are going to get more environmental outcome. To me, the concern is we will attract groups who have higher administrative overhead and management, and then what we will end up doing is hearing from them every year, as we are told year by year. We need this continual fund that you have established, otherwise everything that you gave us in the last year has been wasted. And so I was always and continue to be a real fan of the Eco Fund, because it will support the very small projects that are put forward by largely volunteers that have true environmental gains, and at any scale. This to me still runs the risk of creating quasi departments of council that will just require ongoing funding for the least return rather than the most return.
Councillor Laws.
Listen, Gary and I have been singing the song for a while now on that. And I guess I just wanted to also signal some caution on the basis of not only will you have exactly what Gary's described, with people saying, listen, it needs to be ongoing every year. Otherwise, just like Jobs for Nature or Task Force Green, the project will be done, but then it will fall into disrepair and disappear. And you've frittered all your money away to no effect. I'm a huge fan of the concept of a large-scale investment into a large-scale regional project that has large-scale environmental benefits. And I can't see that in any of these outcomes here. My concern is that you're then going to drive, and this is the problem with the contestability model, the expectation of endless number of applicants out there who are all doing excellent work, but you're then going to encourage them to just, what we are, another funding source. And I didn't think that that was the reason why this was set up. I remember when Alexa Forbes, for those new councillors, raised this issue, and I didn't like the idea for the reasons that Gary said, but I could at least understand the rationale that this is the chance to make a real impact across the region or in a particular regional area to the environment by investing in that one thing. And to me, if we start to just dissipate the money between a whole series of groups doing worthy stuff nonetheless, we miss out on that objective. You were right, Councillor Somerville. That's what you need if you're going to go with this fund. I think Gary's right. You're going to set up a whole series of expectations you're never going to meet. But didn't we put this fund together to make a difference? And how are we going to make that difference with a contestable model that we go through every year, or even over a series of years, even if you fund them over to 2 or 3? So those are my concerns.
Councillor Byers.
Yes, it's like Gary and Michael. I think you can almost call it a environmentalist industrial complex, these groups that are forming and setting up just to seek funds, and I don't see us as being a funding organisation. I think we all want a healthy environment. That's something that every one of us in this room and across Otago believes in, but I think we also have a duty to the people who fund this council, and right now those people are under real pressure. Fuel and food costs are high, family and businesses are doing it tough. So when we consider creating a new $2 million fund, it's not like we're creating it out of thin air, we're asking ratepayers to carry it. I recently attended the Otago Balanced Farm Environment Awards. There was farmers and landowners doing exceptional work, lifting water quality, improving soils, riparian planting, among other innovations. The key point is they're doing it on their own dime. They're not doing it for grants, they're not doing it for recognition, and they were nominated reluctantly because they don't see it as extraordinary, they see it as their responsibility. That's the culture we should be backing. We see it too with groups like the Pomahaka Watercare Group, locals taking ownership, delivering real measurable improvements without waiting for council direction. That's where lasting progress comes from. I see our role is to support that through clear, fair rules and consistency, not to step in and start deciding which projects deserve funding. We should be empowering communities, not managing them. At a time when households are tightening their belts, we should be doing the same, focused, disciplined and clear about our role. Let's trust our people, let's respect our ratepayers, and let's back the people already doing the work and trust them to keep getting it right. For those reasons, I cannot support this fund.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
I think unanimously we okayed a paper earlier on with our this table's priorities, and the CEO's already referenced those. They included strengthened pest management outcomes for control of rabbits, with the establishment of working group and focus on practical delivery, partnerships and community and landowner collaboration. It included assess opportunities for eradication or a step change intervention for Lagrosiphon. It had included support community and voluntary efforts to control wild and pines. It included accelerate delivery of integrated catchment management plans with a focus on non-regulatory actions. It included finalise and implement the Environmental Fund framework to ensure funding is directed towards agreed priority actions and outcomes and appropriate governance oversight. We just agreed that unanimously this is the way to do it, and we'd forgotten that in a matter of a couple of hours. I'm not sure what happened in their annual plan or long-term plan that got us to that point. Debate, maybe they were too long. Anyway, I'm sorry. We cannot expect zero rate increases and not fund change. The really exciting time that the government has given us is a chance to do this in a non-regulatory way and show that people can do it voluntarily, as they are doing in Pomahaka, but by God, did that get a huge amount of government funding into that project and quite a lot of support from the ORC. With all respect to Councillor Byers. Sorry, I didn't mention the work in the rivers and the lakes, which everyone, including Councillor Laws, has spoken so passionately about needing to do. So I'm sorry, this funding exactly meets the requirements that we've just already okayed today. We need to be doing it. I don't understand why there's any nervousness about it. How we do it is absolutely going to be critical, that we've all read and understand the report in June. Totally get that. But if we wanted to really frustrate people in our community who are doing good work, it's to take this money away and have and require regulations to get us somewhere, because people will not be funded to do it. Thank you.
Councillor Hollier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to my time on council, I was involved in creating submissions and lobbying to get this fund established, along with Councillor Fall, whom Michael Laws just referenced. So I'm pleased that we're at a point where decisions are finally getting made that are getting closer to hopefully implementing it all. I wish this was 12 months ago and we'd already spent the first $2 million and the second $2 million was already getting going. But the long-term plan was set out and it was adopted into it, and we are getting close to that stage, which is great. Option 3 I can live with, and I'm more than happy to support the staff and the portfolio leads in bringing together a robust and useful system. And it may well be that it's an application comes from a collection of farmers who come together and want to do bigger and greater things than they're already doing. It may well be a bunch of people that are volunteers and community groups that don't own land themselves, but are wishing to make a contribution to land that they can get access to. Having worked in the conservation sector in recent years, there should be no concern at all about the inefficiencies or the effectiveness of any of these groups. They generally survive on the smell of an oily rag and do an incredible job with the money that they've given and the time and donation that volunteers contribute and the attraction that it makes to other supporters. So by ORC stepping in and demonstrating leadership and concern for the environment and encouraging groups to do stuff, then it will unlock other doors for other people. Yes, I'm aware of concerns that it leads to an expectation of additional funding and people wanting multi-year support. That's the nature of the industry. These groups and the people that are involved in this sort of stuff are used to that. They're just excited that there's an opportunity. If they go for something and miss out, obviously they'll be disappointed, but knowing the fact that there's an opportunity was the most important thing. It's not uncommon for there to be a limited amount of money for people to apply for. That's what happens with Eco Fund, that's what happens with DOC funds, that's what happens when you're applying to a certain trust. So it's not uncommon to them. And the opportunity I really see is that the integrated catchment plans and are driving and encouraging collaboration. And that's actually what I want to see, possibly not in the first year, but the opportunity for a single group to then go, hey, actually I'm bolting on with another entity that I was not necessarily working with in the first place. So that's where the scale could come from, and the effectiveness and the outcomes will be genuine and will make an effective improvement on the environment that we're tasked with looking after. So thank you for the work getting us to level 3. I would have preferred to see the detail around the actual recommendations and all that sort of stuff at this stage of the thing. It seems we're just dragging things out even further than had hoped for, but at the same time, it's a step in the right direction. I look forward to finalising things in June. Thank you.
Councillor Gillespie.
For the sake of brevity, I'm not going to repeat what Councillors Wilson and Holly has said, other than to endorse their comments. But what I will make the point is that none of us should be surprised to think that this sort of fund and the level of application it's going to bring about is not going to see repeat applications to carry on with projects and make things happen. For my sins, on another organisation I'm part of, that happens all the time. Another very large funder, we're able to support stuff, particularly in the environmental space. Last week I was in Queenstown at the Wakatipu Conservation Alliance group meeting that was held, and got to hear firsthand all the different groups in that area and all the great work they're doing in the conservation environmental space. All of them apply for funds from a variety of organisations, and year in, year out. So I'm not surprised nor concerned by what this could be setting ourselves up for. I would have thought that that was one of the expectations that got it going in the first place. So I think we've got to start somewhere, and what's been proposed is the right way to start. And Councillor Noon's idea of the review at some timely manner, which we'll consider later, is exactly what we need to be doing.
You? No, I'm done. I have spoken. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
Firstly, I understand that there's a clear direction of travel here. Council has signalled through the LTP and the annual plan that the large-scale environmental investment is something we want to progress. Second, our responsibility today is to make sure that in progressing it, we do so in a way that is strategically clear, operationally disciplined, and governance-led. For me, the key point is this. The risk is allowing complexity, process, or operational momentum to get ahead of strategic clarity. If option 3 is broadly where we're heading, I can understand that. But I do think we need to be careful that we do not ask staff to simultaneously build framework, criteria, engagement, communications, and delivery architecture all at once before council is fully satisfied that the underlying model is as sharp as it can be. Now, I do take on the point that we do have a paper coming back in June, and I will look forward to seeing that. And I am positive about it. Again, this isn't a criticism of staff, it's simply a governance observation. In large-scale systems, clarity of sequence matters. They should absolutely help inform where this work heads next. But I would like to see those priorities less as fixed final settings for the large-scale environment system today and more as strategic inputs that can be carried forward, tested and refined as part of the design process. In practical terms, that means today's work gives us a strong directional base, but the framework itself should still properly test how those priorities translate into strategic investment architecture. In simple terms, and I think we will end up there if you decide to go with option 3, ORC identifies where it wants outcomes and backs aligned capability. That will keep momentum, keeps governance with council, reduces duplication risk, and gives staff clearer sequencing. I would also suggest that given the scale of what we are discussing, there may be real value in ensuring environmental delivery is supported by appropriate commercial procurement or strategic purchasing expertise where useful, simply to strengthen the delivery design and market discipline. So my position is straightforward. Let's move forward, but let's do so with clarity around sequence. And we've heard from the CE and staff today that we can expect that in the paper in June. I initially started off with supporting option 4, as you'll know, as I emailed my co-councillors. I've done the full circuit of these options in depth at great length. And I actually land where Councillor Somerville suggested. If you want to have this fund up and running, and I think the targeted approach on a smaller scale project would give you the ability to build framework as you go, because you have suppliers that you're used to working with. It acts as a semi-case study. So initially, option 1 was my last preference, but if you want a fund that's going to get up and going, you can, I think, achieve that with option 1.
Councillor Malcolm, followed by Councillor Robertson.
This is exactly the time that we consulted on this. We consulted on it, and we got clear direction from our communities to go ahead with a large-scale environmental fund. Clear tick to go ahead with it. We are in times of hardship, so even more than ever, we use our reserves, particularly in this first year, to ensure that the endeavours in our community of all the people that are making or doing their best to make environmental gains, we have the ability to support them. Paragraph 45 tells us of the next steps that staff will go through to bring this back a paper to our June meeting. That will finalise the detail. That I can't wait for that date, because we need it. We need it out there. This is the strongest move we can make as a council to ensure we're supporting our communities to get environmental sound outcomes. I would rather go with option 1, because I reckon we've got the team around us with our staff and our knowledge to back some winners and make it happen. But I will concede that option 3 will probably draw in a greater variety of options. And I will not be afraid, if the project is right and the outcomes are right and it's within our priorities, to use the full $2 million on one project. So we need to keep our eyes open. Can't wait until the June meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson.
I was always in the targeted investment camp as well, and saw that that would be the quickest way to get actual action straight off the bat. So yeah, earlier on I asked that question around coming back in June. Is there an opportunity to look at the proportions for that to be a sliding scale between targeted and contestable, and to determine, each year proportions based on, perhaps we've already allocated all to targeted and there's only a little bit available for contestable, and perhaps there might be none, as Councillor Malcolm's just outlined. But I agree that the best way of getting outcomes straight away will be to invest in already established projects that we know are winners. And we can learn exactly. I really like the words that Councillor Gardner used there around that. I support what she said. That is the best way to get outcomes straight away. So agree there.
I will support this. I just would like to have, when a staff brings back a paper, for us to have some ability to think a wee bit about whether a project is a one-off, one and done sort of project, or whether it's an ongoing project that if we don't allocate them money for next year again, then we're wasting giving them money for this year or something, or whether it's the sort of project that once we've allocated money one year, if it looks like a successful sort of thing to do, that we end up with turning it into a different sort of thing and a rates contribution thing rather than an environmental fund thing. So just for example, with Wilding Pines, you might start by giving somebody some money, and then the next year you might be giving them some money to be part of this fund or something, and then the year after you might just say, people in that area should just pay a targeted rate that's bigger than it was or something. And because it works, we know how to make it work, whatever. So I'd just like to think, what are we doing with each in these sorts of categories? So I'd just like the staff to give us some idea as to whether there's any input we can have as to whether it's like Lagrosiphon one and done, whether it's like, here's a sample project that if we keep doing it and it's successful, where do we go? Or what sort of investment in the longer term would make the thing work or stop working as soon as we stop funding it. So, right. Right of reply.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Really good debate. Appreciate all the various comments, apart from the ones trying to keep the fund for touch. Didn't realise this was going to be a financial debate, but anyway, every dollar is important. Every dollar is important from a ratepayer's perspective. Every dollar is important from the ORC's perspective. I just want to reference three organisations, well, not two organisations in particular, and then just a generic comment around the integrated catchment management. But this fund was established to support organisations such as the Southern Lakes Sanctuary Trust, and Matt will know better than I, but my understanding that trust united conservation groups, community and business to support one mission, and that mission was to restore biodiversity across Queenstown Lakes District. The Eco Fund just doesn't cut the mustard with an organisation like that. So that was one of the focuses that we had when that fund was established. And when we consulted on it, we heard from organisations such as that. Another organisation I'll mention is Wai Wanaka. I can remember conversations a year or two or three ago where they were essentially saying they had the ability, they had the capability and capacity to deliver some of ORC's programs that we were currently doing in-house. So once again, I see there's another opportunity where we can take advantage of an organisation such as that. It's well established and it's a proven track record, etc. And the last thing I'll mention is the integrated catchment management, where the catchment action plans are being developed across the region. We've obviously got Catlins up and running. Upper Lakes is up and running. So both those have catchment action plans in place and implementation is occurring. And then you've got Tyrie's developing their catchment action plan. And then we've got another 4, I think, 5, whatever, to complete an catchment action plan over the next 18 months, 2 years. So those catchment action plans will require a leg up in terms of funding, and I see that this fund will make a considerable contribution to those plans being implemented by communities. And when I say communities, it's often it's a whole catchment. It's not generally targeted at small projects. So we're trying to fill a void. This organisation is an environmental organisation. We promote the sustainable development of sustainable development of natural resources, whether that's land, air, sea, coast, and water. And this fits very well with our overall objective and purpose of being, actually. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put this motion. Did you want a division? Both. That's, so they've both been seconded.
Three.
Sorry,
motions.
three, all three.
Oh,
Do people want them taken separately?
We're going to vote on different options, or is it just?
Yeah, let's just do them at once, because we know that people who are voting against it are just voting against the options rather than noting a report.
So for clarity, it's option 3 that's been included in the motion.
Thank you.
Okay,
Councillor Byers,
This is for number 1.
that's for all of them.
Oh, no.
Councillor Gardner,
No.
Councillor Calvert,
Yes.
Councillor Gillespie,
Yes.
Councillor Hollier,
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher,
No.
Councillor Laws,
I think.
thumbs down.
Definitely said yes.
Yes or no?
So show your thumbs down.
Too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Malcolm,
Yes.
Councillor Noon,
Yes.
Councillor Robertson,
Yes.
Councillor Somerville,
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
I have 6, 7, 8 in favour and 4 against. Motion is passed.
Right, now I'm conscious of it being just about 5:20, and I haven't got a clear answer as to whether we all turn into pumpkins at 6 o'clock if we're still here. So let's take account of that as we move on to the Tyree rates, 10.5, with, again, Councillor Malcolm and Councillor
Happy to
Gardner.
move.
Good afternoon. A very straightforward paper. A small error was made in our rate resolution of 25-26. This is deemed by staff, and reading the paper clearly is the best method to resolve this issue under section 119 of the Rating Act. Council may reset rates providing no individual ratepayer is charged more as a result. So we have to revoke the previous resolution and approve the reset. It is the best time to do it now, because if we don't do it now, we may get affected by revaluations of properties. And with that, there's 3 recommendations on page 194 to 195. I'll hand it to Mr. Donnelly and Sarah.
Would you like to move these?
And I'm happy to move
resolutions?
3 resolutions as
Councillor Gardner, seconding. Any debate? I'll put the motions. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Thank you, staff.
10.6, options for air quality. Portfolio leads councillor Wilson and councillor Gillespie. And the paper presented by our GM, Anita Dorr. Would you, councillor Wilson or councillor Gillespie, like to introduce this?
Yeah, I would like to, please. You might recall back in February, we discussed a couple of high-level options for the $600,000 of anticipated underspend, and we basically directed staff to go away and bring back a paper that looked at the options that were talked about, and this paper reflects that. I think it's been well traversed, and I know there are some views around about what the recommendations might be. So I think I've got nothing more to add, and Anita may or may not want to.
No, just happy to answer any questions. I'm a poor stand-in for Hillary, who's out of town, but may jump online if she's able to.
Actually, it's coming in now.
I've foreshadowed a motion here.
Do you want me to move the recommendation with that motion included? Because I'm happy to do that.
Yes, I'd love you to do that.
Yep, right. Hopefully.
Any questions?
Because,
Sorry, we're just going to bring it up.
are you going to put it up there? Sorry. Yep. Yep.
Instead of, yes. These are replacement ones. Yeah, and 3 drops out. Right, that's what you just moved?
Just what I just moved, and
excellent.
I don't know if you want me to speak to it, but I think the email traffic that's been around is pretty clear as to why this has been proposed. It's not a reflection of the work that's been done by the team. You're really probably the meat and the sandwich. But with what we're faced going forward, the question really comes down to do we spend that money, or do we hold it in reserves pending other requirements? And that's what I've moved on that basis.
Right. I could second it, or
I'm happy to.
Councillor Wilson will second that. Councillor Laws, have you got a question, or do you want to have a debate?
Oh, no, sorry. So let me get this right. The aim is that you're just going to send the money back into the reserves. Is that right? Is that the motion?
Hold the money in reserves and note the inclusion of an additional priority action that we've put through, which enables us to consider investments alongside other things.
Which means we don't need to debate all the 5 options today. Is that correct? If we were going to spend that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Question. Is this a question, or are we, okay, we're moving into debate. Would you like to start briefly or not?
Oh, sorry, I took that opportunity a moment ago.
That's okay.
And my apologies.
That's fine.
I'll learn Monday.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes.
Thank you. The mover doesn't want to speak first. Was that you? That was Neil.
Neil. That was Neil.
Okay, thank you. Look, clearly this topic has been fairly well traversed earlier in the afternoon, so we don't need to go through it all again. I'll note that I'm very happy to support, and so I'll request these are taken separately. I can quite happily support recommendations 1 and 3. The second one, though, I think, as I've already said earlier, we know what the problem is. We know what to do about it. So I believe we should be taking action. It is affecting the health of people in Otago now, and it's disappointing to be delaying action further. I know financially this is difficult, but this is affecting people's lives. So I think that's my summary. I would rather be taking action right now, and disappointed that we are delaying that further.
Further debate? Councillor Kelleher.
Yes, very briefly, I'm relieved at where we've arrived at here now. I understand the sentiments around wanting to get on and spend something to do something, but the options that were put up were just really a drop in the ocean that to me was not actually achieving any benefit whatsoever. So where we've arrived at now makes perfect sense, and I think there will be a far greater opportunity to spend that 600,000 far more wisely than what we were looking at previously.
Further debate? I will then put the motion. All those in favour?
Could we take them separately, please?
I will put options, resolutions 1 and 3. All those in favour?
Aye.
On the contrary? Carried. We will now take option 2. All those in favour?
Aye.
On the contrary?
No.
Do you want your
Yes, please.
against noted? Certainly.
So
Right.
Sunderland
And Robertson.
and we had a couple of, anyone over here was against? No. Motion carried.
Right. Thank you. 10.7. And this is councillors Somerville and Hollier. You're happy to move.
But we'll introduce anyway.
Sorry.
Right, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So this is the paper about the Otago Public and Active Transport Connectivity Strategy. There are many good reasons for making it easier for people to use public and active transport around health, safety for pedestrians and cyclists, reducing harmful air pollution, reducing carbon emissions, and making our roads a better experience for those who do need to use their own cars. And those things are set out in paragraph 4 about what this paper is about. The current fuel situation adds 2 more good reasons, as petrol and diesel prices put extra pressure on many households and businesses, and to help reduce our dependence on imported fossil fuels. Earlier today at Public Forum, we heard from the Tracks and Trails Trust about the importance of making sure our systems are connected up. So, and also developing this connectivity strategy is an action in our regional public transport plan adopted by this council last June. So that's what, as far as I'm going, I think. I'm not sure Anita might have something further to say, otherwise up for questions.
Thanks, Councillor Somerville. Just 2 things. We do have Robin available online. She's on the side of the road. I sent her home when we were running a bit late, so she is there if we have any technical questions. And just one note around resourcing. We've said if you support this, we'd be able to start from July. It wouldn't be July. The transport planning team are busy, so it would be later in the financial year, but at some point in the financial year. So just a heads up that there is a lot on at the moment.
So would you suggest, if we're choosing option 2, that it says work to commence, well, I suppose from July, after July, something that gives them, yeah. Councillor Hollier.
A question for you, Anita. In terms of adjoining councils, so Southland and Canterbury, for example, are they doing the same thing at the same time? Is there any sort of collaborative or coordination possible around this planning stuff?
I don't know the answer to that. I do know that Environment Southland doesn't manage transport, So it would be the TAs that would look to do it. Robin may know the answer for Environment Canterbury.
No, I'm not aware of Environment Canterbury doing anything similar. The only one is the Taranaki one that's currently underway.
Okay, no, that's cool.
Certainly have a conversation though. I mean, that would be part of potentially establishing that partnership group, and we can explore those conversations and have conversations and explore that. Yep.
Okay, well, I guess Kate and I might be able to raise it with the South Island Forum in terms of the time frame, because just find out who else is doing stuff at the same time or similar time.
I just make the comment that Environment Southland do the regional transport plan, and it does address active transport. They don't do public, Environment Southland don't do public transport, but they certainly do have an interest in active transport and have some trails like around the mountain in Southland.
Further questions?
Further questions?
I would be very happy then to move, Kevin,
Yeah,
at the
so I've
moment,
got-
recommendations 1 and 2, but questions?
Sorry,
questions.
Kevin, were your question?
Yeah, I have a few. Just to get my understanding better of Dunedin, and I don't think it's changed much since I left. Is there anywhere in Dunedin that I can't walk a kilometre and catch a bus, understanding that I'm capable of walking that far?
When you say Dunedin, do you mean downtown Dunedin or up at Hyde?
In urban Dunedin, not
Outram you can't.
not the outskirts.
I couldn't give you a definitive answer to that. I do know we have the staff worked on a particular distance, an 800-metre walk-up catchment for bus stops, but we don't cover the entire Dunedin network. So I would imagine there would be areas that are more than a kilometre away, but I couldn't tell you where they were or how many with any certainty.
Yeah, so it might be an unfortunate example, but in paragraph 9, our region's topography also lends itself to a combination of active travel and public transport. For example, a person walks or cycles downhill, but has the option to get uphill on the bus for the journey. So in one of these things, we're talking about parks or bikes. So because I've already got a bus going up there, why would I spend the money making a bike park for someone that doesn't want to bike back up a hill? And why wouldn't I have just caught the bus up and down?
So if
I really struggle with that concept of, I just really struggle with that if I'm going to, that's part of my strategy.
So through the chair, that is actually a situation we see reasonably regularly, and on the Opaho route in particular, we have people that bike down and then bus in, and then either because it's late or it's winter or for whatever other reason, they will bus all the way home and put their bike on the bus. So that is a situation where they will not use the bus one way and use it the other.
So if I could have a subsequent question to that, if the bus service was on time and regular, I can show you some facts that it probably isn't. If that service was, are they using that because of needing to get to a particular time to a particular place at a particular time and biking gets them there? Or if the buses were on time, they would probably leave their bike at home?
Kevin, when we finish tonight, I can take you on my feet and your feet from here up to Opaho, and you'll get a bit of an idea about why I might have bussed home and walked in.
And just through the chair, we do an annual survey, but I don't think we ask people about their motivation for when they choose to bus versus bike. It's not a question we ask, so I couldn't tell you what their motivation is.
Councillor Byers. Sorry, Councillor Byers.
Do buses go down the Opaho Hill or they just go up it?
They go in both directions.
They go both ways. Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a left field question very briefly? Do the provision of toilets fit in at all in the public and active connectivity strategy?
I don't think that's a left field question at all, given I've done extensive work on cycle trails in the past and they're a very important feature. We haven't scoped up exactly what might be in it, but I would imagine that would be, facilities would be part of the consideration.
It's just connectivity wise and things, and buses, it makes a huge difference. Even if the bus driver wants to go to the toilet and they can't, so they have to go all the way back to the depot and
we do have an active work program around providing driver facilities. That is one of the things that we're required to do. But yeah, that broader picture question would come in, I think.
Councillor Somerville?
Then please move recommendations 1 and 2.
Which is option 1.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Which is where I was getting confused.
And the seconder? Councillor Robertson. Oh, sorry. Councillor Hollier, is that? Yeah.
Right.
Moving into debate.
Okay, thank you. Look, we have heard that our teams have capacity after July to work on this, so that is a good thing. It is, in my mind, about making sure it is safe for our people living throughout Otago, safe for them to be walking or cycling or getting on their public transport. And so there's a whole lot involved in there around proper facilities for walkers, like are our footpaths safe, for example, and making sure there's good facilities for cyclists. If we can do all that, that is making it safer for those people, and they are more likely, if it's also convenient, to be using public transport. And one of our aims is to be increasing public transport use for all those reasons that I talked about before, for environmental and health and safety reasons. This enables us to take a strategic and planned approach, which makes those things much more likely to happen. Thank you.
Further debate. Councillor Hollier.
It's incumbent on us to pull things like this together, I think, in a well-organised way that considers everything. And I'm pleased to see that tourism's listed in there as one of the key areas we need to have policy around as well, because the user impact across the network is becoming quite extensive. So that's a good one to have in there. So yeah, look forward to seeing where we get to with this report once it's available.
Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Wilson.
First, I'd like to doff my helmet to the chair for her inspirational part in being an inaugural trustee of the Otago Central Rail Trail. And she, I think, will wear that as pride for all her years, because what it did for tourism in Central Otago has been phenomenal. And my frustration, and I expressed it earlier today, is that we don't put these things in plans in Otago that then supports those groups getting government funding. It's difficult for those groups if we don't have a plan that they can talk to and be part of. It's a no-brainer in my mind. I look back at the work that the Otago Rail Trail did, Otago Regional Council did in the Millennial projects, and you look at the tracks that were developed as part of that one around the the Arrow River, around the Beaumont and the Millennium track, around Waihola, and you see how well used those are. They were to an extent pet projects, but they were about active transport and getting people out there. This morning, I drove in here through Outram. There was a jogger wearing dark clothes on the wrong side of the road, running with the traffic, because there was nowhere else for them to run, I presume, in a place where I didn't feel they looked at all safe. And yet we don't have anyone out there coordinating even education in this space. It is a growing area, Outram. It's got a huge amount of development and no PT and very few tracks and trails. They're busy building them themselves. out there as a community, but with no direction. I see this as absolutely a no-brainer to assist communities to understand what they can do, where they can be part of a project that the government are wanting to double the economic returns on. That is their ambition for cycleways and walking ways. They see the benefits, and yet we don't have a coordinated approach. Having said all of that, it's a negative not having this. It is amazing what the community have delivered in Otago, the best connected cycleways and walking network anywhere in New Zealand, but with the biggest potential to even be bigger. And you see areas like Clutha, which haven't really got part of that money yet, and I hope that the discussions you had with Jock, I talked about it when we were down in Clutha, he was quite enamoured with the thought of what might happen there. You've got some beautiful roads that you could be riding alongside without much investment, and I hope that we will support this and provide that very high level piece of work that might allow those community groups doing wonderful work to open up those opportunities for their community and the funding that may go with it, if we can get the mayors on board with it.
Right, no further debate.
I'll just,
Sorry, a minute. Councillor Noonan, and then if there is nothing further, then back to Councillor Somerville for his right of reply.
Just a couple of comments. Yeah, I support these two recommendations. I think as a society, we're becoming more and more active. The baby boomers are all coming through and retiring, and there are more and more people out there that look for a healthy lifestyle and getting out and about in the fresh air, and whether it's walking throughout the suburbs or it's getting out on a less developed dirt track somewhere in Otago. It's a growth area for people to enjoy the outdoors and live a healthier lifestyle. So I see that this connectivity strategy for active transport is critical in that area to respond to demand. It was something that was strongly supported through the last RPTP process, where we had submitters coming along and clearly indicating that they would like to see greater connectivity, and it wasn't only for the active transport, it was also being able to ensure that they could get to and from various smaller communities to carry out their day-to-day duties, whether it was to get to the supermarket or to get to a particular event or whatever. So it is a growth area, and I think it's important that, as Matt said earlier, we're in this space. We should be thinking about at a high level how we can help, how we can assist a greater level of tracks and connections that help to build a better opportunities for our people that live in our region.
Sorry, we're not quite finished, Councillor. Councillor Malcolm, then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 9 really does niggle at me, really. But if I go back to, I think it was a fellow called John Key decided to put a heap of investment into cycle trails, and what we learned from that, and especially in the Waitaki district, where we were given a considerable amount of money to bring a track from Mount Cook to the sea, to Oamaru, that money ran out exactly where I said it would run out, and that was at the boundary of the Mackenzie district, and the Waitaki district actually got no money. And so what we are looking in connectivity, I've got no problem putting policy in place that enables, but we've just had a heck of a reticent and discomfort about putting $2 million aside for environmental gains throughout Otago. So I would suggest that when we write this policy, that we're very sure that we're not opening ourselves up to investing a whole heap of money into bike parks for people that don't want to use the service up and down a hill, and for cycle trails that probably should be government funded. So I'm just, and certainly not ratepayer funded where ratepayers may not get there. So I just caution council on what financial implications this may put us into.
Thank you, councillor Gardner.
I'll just quickly echo councillor Malcolm's concerns. I am struggling a bit with this, given the reform environment, and this is a 12-month strategy build. There isn't really anything technically deliverable for 18, 24 months, as I see it. But I love riding my bike, and I appreciate all the trails that are around. I will support this primarily because I look forward to the tourism connectivity, where you can actually see benefits which are more immediate and region-wide. Thanks.
Thank you, councillor Robertson.
Thanks, councillor Gardner. They're just widening the scope of the discussion a little bit, because I think we got a little bit too caught up on cycleways, which are awesome. Don't get me wrong, cycleways are awesome, but even just thinking about basic work of the ORC, which is currently public transport through buses. People don't have buses pull up to their front door and they just jump on them. They actually have to walk or ride their bike or whatever, even be in their wheelchair or how, many ways that people actually need to connect with the existing structure even. So thinking about this as basic core business for our council as well. So there's lots we can do that broadens the connectivity as well. But even just thinking about the real basics about how do people get on public transport would be a big step forward too. Thanks.
Right of reply to councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Well, just initially to say thank you very much to Robin and Anita and other staff who have worked on this. This is putting the strategy together, which is going to be a useful plan. It's not committing us to anything immediately, but will be very helpful when it comes to writing our next long-term plan. So I look forward to this going ahead. Thank you.
Right, I'm going to put the motions 1 and 2. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? You want to be noted, councillor Malcolm and councillor Bowes. Right, moving to our last paper of the day. Recreational Water Quality Annual Report, and this is a report for noting. Councillor Kelleher and councillor Robertson.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to keep everyone for hours talking about this. I won't. It is a look, it's almost a shame in a way that it's so late in the agenda because it's a very positive paper. Sorry, do you want to introduce yourselves, please? If that's okay.
Good evening, I suppose now. Name's Ben Mackey. I'm the science manager, and with me here is Helen Trotter, our water quality scientist.
Brilliant. That saved me cocking up the last note. So look, basically, I look forward to these reports year on year. They are a yearly snapshot. And by and large, across the community, and I'm speaking from a political perspective now, and the guys may also wish to speak from the staff and the science perspective. But I look at it from a political perspective when we're countering the narrative about all these rivers we must clean up in Otago, and yet year on year we get a very positive recreational water quality report. And it is, to me, one of the ones that the community engages with the most because it is swimmability. And you look at the graph, the Appendix 1 graph, and the blue and the greens, fair enough, we've got some sites of red, but you can even counter or add in the caution advised will be relative to weather events. So those two appendixes, to me, are something that this council and Otago should be very proud of. And so I do think it does show that water quality is improving substantially in Otago. The good work that's being done out there is showing results. And I think year on year, these reports tend to get slightly better. So anyway, that's my introduction. Thank you. Guys, if you've got anything else you'd like to add, hopefully not totally to the contrary of what I just said.
Go on, do it.
Well, I'll try and keep it brief because it's getting late in the evening, but yes, this is an annual report card presenting results of the recreational water quality monitoring program for the summer just been. The purpose of this program is to assess and communicate risks to human health from contact recreation in accordance with national guidelines for microbiological water quality and cyanobacteria risk in recreational waters. During the summer, over 500 water quality samples were collected weekly at popular swim sites, and 94% of these indicated water quality was suitable for swimming at the time of sampling. The majority of our monitored swim sites achieved good or excellent long-term grades or MPSFM bands, and these grades are based on the 95th percentile of results over 5 years. This criteria is a deliberately conservative measure, meaning E. coli concentrations exceed this level only 5% of the time. Therefore, a small number of elevated results in the 5-year period can influence the long-term grade, even when more recent water quality monitoring indicates generally good water quality. I would like to acknowledge, as always, the efforts and expertise of the environmental monitoring and data teams, and also the support of the communications team in the delivery of this program. And I would welcome any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Laws.
I've got a couple. First of all, how do we compare with other regions in New Zealand?
I think generally our swim sites are comparable to others. These weekly samples are snapshots at the time, so when it rains, you tend to get spikes in E. coli. This report isn't a extensive comparison with other regions. It's just based on Otago, so I wouldn't like to probably give too much more on that this stage.
I'm presuming that other regions have the same reports reported to them as this one?
Yeah, most regions do some sort of annual summary, and all regions do weekly sampling during the summer, and they report those results to LAWA and kind of more in real time during the summer.
Okay, what about the 5 and 10 year trends? What do they now show?
This report doesn't speak to trends.
No, I know that, but it would be useful, wouldn't it, in terms of a report that comes to our council? We were looking at water quality to be able to know where we rank in comparison to other regions and how we're going, if it's getting better or worse.
Yep, so we deliver those reports in a 5-yearly cycle. So this is just the annual report card. So those trends need longer term data, and we answer those generally in a 5-yearly cycle. The last one was presented in 2023.
So does that mean that we won't get a report that assesses that until 2028?
Probably not a formal report to council. Trends are reported or updated annually on LAWA, so you can look at kind of indicative trends in the interim, but the formal reports to council come on a 5-yearly cycle.
So is this a good report or a bad report then?
On what basis?
Well, on the basis of, are we doing okay? Gary's introduced this report by saying that things aren't as bad and dire as others report, but I'm just interested in, is that what this report shows?
Weekly water quality sampling for E. coli generally just reflects the weather preceding the sample. So it's kind of reflects the summer that we've had. Yep.
Or maybe Michael, if I'll jump in, because I think, it's a difficult one for staff because they do look at the trend reports more as an indicator. My answer to that would be it depends on, it entirely depends on your view. For some, and Gary's outlined what is a fair reflection of the report, which is a number of improvements in there, which is a good thing. There will be other people in the community that say we still have readings over summer, regardless of weather conditions, that make it unfit for swimming, therefore it's not a good report and we need to be doing better in Otago. So I don't think there is one answer to that. I think the report sets out what has changed this year in terms of the monitoring that we have undertaken and what that will do to the grades that sit within LAWA. But I don't think it's an answer that staff can give as to whether that's a good or bad report card.
Gee, that's exactly though what I would want to know as a governance person, Richard.
Yes, and the answer is that we provide the trend reports, and we had this conversation. I'm just trying to remember which meeting it was. It was in Balclutha when Tom was there. We had quite a lengthy conversation about how we do our state of the environment and trend reporting. That's not this report. This is one we've bought year on year that comes in at the end of the summer season, and it just says this is what we found when we did our weekly testing. So we will continue to bring those trend reports, and at that time, absolutely. You can ask the staff, and it would be very fair to, what is the trends telling us in terms of the quality of fresh water at the sites we monitor in Otago. That's not the purpose of this report. This is one we've always bought just to say to council, we undertake what is quite an intensive program of work over summer, and it's reasonable that we report that back to you to say this is what we found that year. But it is different to those trend reports that will tell you quality over time, and staff will be prepared to answer those questions with those reports.
So what's the point of bringing this report if we can't assess it against anything that's gone before, if we don't know if it's better or worse?
Look, we bring it because it's useful information and councillors have engaged with the report in the past.
Oh, seems a waste. Anyhow, finally, when the E. coli comes, is it human or is that, do we know if it's duck, swans, geese, a result of runoff from farms, so therefore equine in nature? Do we have an understanding as to causes for when they are unswimmable and there are E. coli spikes?
So as I outlined in the report, we did do some limited fecal source tracking, and there were variable sources, which would be expected in a landscape with variable land uses.
Okay, moving on.
Oh, gosh, that hasn't answered the question.
No, perhaps you could forward questions into our staff and we could have them endeavour to answer them at another time. Councillor Wilson.
Fabulous report. I find these reports generally really interesting. I can assure you that in the Tyree River catchment, it has been wetter this year, and hitting 5 exceedances compared to 1 or 2 is absolutely normal if it's been wetter. The really good news, if you compared that to having a lot of irrigators going, if you didn't want irrigators, they haven't really been going much this year. So, you know, it's a what looks good is a difficult thing, but anyway, that's a question. No, it wasn't a question. I'm going off the point. Look, paragraph 27 and 30, paragraph 27 and 31. I appreciate the nuance in there, and it says in 27, in contrast, diffuse human sources such as septic systems are less well understood in Otago and represent a potentially overlooked source of contamination. Now, we had some actions in the proposed land and water plan, and this is probably more a question about sewage, septic tanks being registered and being considered and assessed. We don't have a land and water plan now, but there was a piece of work that made some good sense in that about people starting to log where septic tanks are and how old they were maybe. Is there any work being done or looked at in the non-regulatory space and for actions there?
Not currently.
Okay, and the paragraph 31, I'm really excited to see this continuous sensor stuff, which makes a lot more sense than one sample once a week in one time. The assessment for that's next summer. Can we get some work on that about how much they cost, those sensors? Not just the efficiency, but the cost, because understanding what that may look like in a costing scenario, because if they are as good as they look, that would be a far better way than some of the monitoring we're doing at the moment.
Yeah, so we probably need to just get it operational and calibrated and prove that it works, and then we can certainly look at.
But so that means it won't be available for the long-term plan necessarily, or will it? Because
probably not.
Just, yeah, let's go back and check. Tom will have an answer for that. So I'm not going to answer that now and commit one way or the other.
No.
But there is some work going on in the census space, as Helen said. There's a lot of work to do before we commit funding to it and understanding the results and how useful. So let's just come back to you on whether that will or will not be included.
what an exciting thing. Right. Councillor Malcolm.
So it's birds. So just the ones that you've tested show predominant avian sources. So, and we're saying in one of the paragraphs that Councillor Wilson referred to, 27, that we've got good strategies around ruminant contamination, because we're always saying that, you know, we're fencing off and doing all that work. At what stage, at what stage are we going to say we need Fish and Game to get rid of their birds that are polluting our rivers? And if I look specifically on the Manuhira Care, where we have developed this extensive wetlands and encourage bird life ad nauseum, really, and I just think it's magnificent. But the reality of that is we'll be causing, at our testing stations below that point, we'll be causing a variant E. coli pollution. So I suppose, and that's an unfair question to start, but where can we differentiate to show that on a regular basis that it is, if it is a variant and everyone else is doing their work, that we are penalising the correct culprits and not continually picking on people that are doing the good job?
I think our CE wants to give you a brief answer to that.
Just to clarify, I might not answer your question specifically, but just to clarify, the ruminant sources at Shaky Bridge were estimated to be 10 to 50%. And also when we look at the avian sources, we can't discriminate between species. So I couldn't tell you that were game species. There could well be other native birds.
Yeah.
There's lots of different birds which inhabit the wetland and Thompson's Creek and other places within the catchment. So we need to be quite careful about what these results can tell us. It's not really, you can't put charges on based on this line of evidence. It's just what it's telling us, that there are variable sources and that they're likely diffuse from runoff, that they're telling us that there's not a huge, sewage discharge. That's good, but it's not enough to say it's specifically all that source. And it's also the sources for that sample on that day. Another day, the sample could have quite a different, the sources might have a different profile. So it's just information to build a picture. It's not really useful for, determining blame, if you will.
Yeah, and it is significant. If this is this snapshot, which is similar to what we talked about in Michael's line of questioning before, related to the swimming sites. If there was council willingness to be starting to look at management options for water quality in specific freshwater bodies, that would require a significant amount of work from our science team to best understand what actions you could take to make a difference to that quality. The things you're talking about, Kevin, may well fall into that, but certainly wouldn't come. This is a very, very small, narrow snapshot of information, and it would require a lot more work to get to the point where you'd be saying, right, this is the specific actions around geese or birds or humans or whatever it might be to make a difference in that freshwater body.
Understand 100%, and that it is a snapshot. Then had we done it 5 minutes later, the actual figure could be quite different, as is the nature of E. coli and how it can multiply and how it can disappear. So the key to this snapshot is ensuring that people do realise that it is a snapshot, which, and I think Councillor Kelleher said that represents a very good picture. And I suppose, to me, if we're comparing snapshots with snapshots, somehow we should be showing that compared to other areas, this is a good or a bad snapshot. So that's what I'd hope. Yeah.
So was that a question? But I think it's the end of your question, whatever it was.
Thank you, sorry.
Councillor Gillespie. followed by councillor Noon.
The reporting is great, and it's good to get the results, and without going down the same path as Councillor Laws, but picking up on what C. Richard said, is there anything in this report here that would promote an action or a recommendation now, or would that sort of response come from what you were talking about, Richard, later on?
Yeah, so nothing in this report, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, but I'm pretty sure that nothing in these reports that we bring annually would lead specifically to an action. There would be other programs of work, be it a land and water plan or non-regulatory interventions through your new priorities around fresh water, that would lead to the actions. And there's a significant amount more science work that would be an input into that before those actions were confirmed.
Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Helen, I was just wondering about the toxic algae bloom that was found in those 3 Tomahawk, Butchers and Waihola. Who are the other 3, or what other lakes? 3 lakes were tested. And the other question to that is the number of lakes that are tested, is it dependent on the season, or is it very much you targeted ones that are more likely to have a toxic algae bloom?
So the other lakes that are tested, and you may test my memory this time, that Pinders Pond, Falls Dam, and one is escaping me. But I can get that to you. We test the 6 sites that we test are based on sites where they're likely to bloom, but those have been, a couple of those have been added in relatively recent time. So when blooms have been observed in places where we know people frequent for recreation, then we can add them to the schedule as required.
Just follow up question. So dog walkers, for example, do you generally often get feedback from concerned residents when they spot what potentially could be a toxic algae bloom when they're out walking their dog?
Yeah, absolutely. We generally get quite a number of inquiries through over the course of the summer. This summer was a little quieter, but I think because of the weather, it was more unstable and a little cooler. We didn't see the blooms forming as we had in previous years, so inquiries were down a bit. But yeah, no, we do get a lot of engagement, and also the comms team really push out consistent messaging right through the season to educate people about the risks.
It's the end of the question. Right. Does councillor Kelleher want to move?
Happy to move, yes.
Right.
A second.
Right. Any debate? There being no debate, I put motions. All those in favour?
Aye.
On the contrary, carried. There are no notices of motion to go on, and yeah, thanks guys, and especially for staying late. I'll now close the meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you.